Después de un año marcado por la pandemia, sabemos que el mundo necesita soluciones transformadoras, sociedades más resilientes, inclusivas y sostenibles. De la mano de la Agencia para el Desarrollo Económico de la Ciudad de Córdoba, llega el quinto Foro Mundial de Desarrollo Económico Local. 5 días de transmisión en vivo. Más de 200 disertantes de América, Europa, Asia y África construyendo respuestas territoriales, adaptadas al contexto global. Territorios e innovación, desigualdad y pandemia, el futuro del trabajo y el trabajo del futuro. Del 26 de mayo al 1 de junio, el mundo se da cita en nuestra ciudad. Juntos tenemos futuro. No te lo pierdas.
Good morning, good afternoon to all of you who are joining us. Welcome to the 5th World Forum on Economic Development. We'll be here for 5 days. Mariana Martin, welcome. Thank you, Franco. It is an honor for us to welcome all of the speakers, participants from over 60 countries. Welcome you all. This institution, or this forum, the 5th forum, will be streamed live for 5 days. This initiative is supported by ADEC, and it is organized by an international committee made up of the following institutions: the UNDP, represented by the United Nations Development Program, the ILO, ORU-FOGAR, the United Regions Organization, the United Cities and Local Governments, UCLG, FAMSI, the Andalusian Fund for Municipalities, SEBRAE, supporting micro and small companies, the municipality and the city of Turin, and the government of Cabo Verde, and an international committee that is made up of ADEC, the municipality of Cordoba, and the government of the province of Cordoba, and of course the national government. During this year with COVID-19, it is really quite a big achievement to be here. Even though it's a virtual event, we can be close to you. From today, we'll have 5 days, we'll be streaming 5 days from today until June 1st with this 100% virtual event under the motto, Transition Towards Sustainable Future in Times of Uncertainty. We are also complying with all of the safety measures against COVID-19, the organizers, people here in the set, and we're following all of the appropriate tests and protocols to be able to broadcast this event. I would like to acknowledge all of the work done by so many people who have been working to broadcast this event. 200 speakers from America, Europe, Asia, and also Africa. It is a world forum. This forum will be organized as follows. We'll be streaming 6 hours a day, today, tomorrow, Friday, Monday next week, and Tuesday we'll be closing the forum. Along these days, we'll have 5 plenary sessions, 10 panels, 10 master classes that you'll be able to access through the broadcasting, the live streaming, 15 roundtables, training sessions, and workshops. So those of you who have registered can have access to all of these sessions. There are 10 simultaneous activities, and we'll be addressing them and mentioning them as we move along. The forum will deal with 3 main thematic lines: territory as a basis for innovation and environmental and economic innovation, also we'll be addressing inequality during COVID-19 crisis, the future of labor, of work, facing COVID-19 crisis. We'll begin with the national anthem that will be sung by the municipal choir and the symphonic orchestra of the province. Beautiful anthem. And we'd like to thank all of the participants that are joining us from around the globe to this fifth World Forum on Local Economic Development. This forum intends to foster economic dialogue in order to have joint growth. We're here in Cordoba, capital city, that is the geographical center from Argentina. It is a place that is worthwhile visiting. We'll just share the following pictures with you, and then we'll have the welcoming words by Martín Yayora, our mayor.
Late, late como un corazón, late como el corazón de la Argentina. Córdoba late, palpita al ritmo de su liderazgo, con la fuerza de sus clústeres, de sus industrias y el desarrollo de nuevas tecnologías. Late a partir de su acervo cultural, su calidad educativa y su economía del conocimiento, nutriéndose de sus universidades y sus profesionales, así como de la diversidad, la igualdad y la inclusión, interrelacionando trabajo y crecimiento en una dinámica de economía circular y comunitaria. Palpita y en cada latido proyecta el crecimiento al compás de una industria pujante, innovadora y creativa. La industria tradicional y la de base tecnológica, la gastronomía, el turismo, la cultura, el esparcimiento. el polo audiovisual, la industria aeronáutica, la comercialización, la logística, la comunicación, la construcción. Late con el latido de cada emprendedor, de cada hacedor. Es el latido del corazón de la Argentina, desde donde parten las rutas, hacia donde llegan los caminos. Porque el potencial de Córdoba no tiene límites. Y desde su lugar estratégico atrae miradas, proyectos y sueños. En un contexto ambiental que favorece una mejor calidad de vida. A pocos minutos de un entorno natural digno de un paraíso. Córdoba late. Y en cada latido proyecta el crecimiento de toda una ciudad, de toda una provincia, de toda una nación. Córdoba productiva. Córdoba capital.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Good morning. It is a privilege, it's an honor for all of us from Cordoba City to be hosting the 5th World Forum on Local Economic Development in such a, singular year. We're very glad to have all of the participants joining us and to show you everything we have from residents, visitors. The main characteristic of all of us is our hospitality. Unfortunately, this pandemics, we were not able to have you here, but we faced the challenge to host this event virtually. Then I'd like to thank the International Committee, the UNDP, the ILO, the National Committee, the Province of Córdoba, and ADEC for organizing this event and for giving us the opportunity to have this forum that will be starting today until next Tuesday with the participation of well-known speakers from around the globe representing all of the voices, government, civil society, private sector, universities, and professionals from around the globe. Transitioning to sustainable future, the role of territories in times of uncertainty is the main motto of this event. For this reason, I will say a few words from my role. Post-COVID reconstruction is the biggest challenge that we're facing. I believe we should not, build the world as it was before. The true challenge is to build a new world with the best things before the pandemics, but without the negative things and the inequalities of pre-COVID-19. Because this is an obsolete model, both environmentally and socially. This model has led us to global warming and unacceptable inequality. Pandemics not only uncovered, but also fostered inequality. This paradigm should end. As we see today, we have some countries have had very strong vaccination programs and others haven't. The patents have not been released so that the whole world can have access to vaccination. Before this reality, this scenario, the leaders, world leaders and local governments have to act and build a more human world, a better world. The motto of this event speaks about uncertain times, and we do know there's a lot of uncertainty, but we do know that there are certainties, there are truths. For example, the globalizing effect will continue emphasizing because of technological advance. So we need to devise a strategy in each of our territories in order to improve life quality of our peoples. Cities are called to be the key players. Localization and thinking globally will be a constant in our times. For this, local governments have to make decisions on a daily basis to localize in an intelligent way in order to develop policies, state policies that will protect us. And this will depend on each of the regions. Local leaders have the great responsibility to lead our cities to sustainable growth, considering that the current model is obsolete because it destroys the environment and future generations. We have the responsibility to make this change, this historical landmarks. We need to promote policies that would prioritize a vision that would integrate social, environmental, and private sectors with an inclusive view and a sustainable view. Development that is the result of processes to improve the territories, improve knowledge, institutions, and comprehensive human development. We're working in this regard in Córdoba. We're generating local actions that would foster a new model, a new economic development model that we have called the 4Cs model. That is circular economy, knowledge economy, creative economy, and community economy. Fostering this model in order to improve human development, we need to move from a linear economy to a circular economy, linking all of the business capacities, universities, and governments in order to foster 4.0 industry, artificial intelligence, and innovation on the essential basis to ensure environmental sustainability, with the main challenge to create a social labor framework that would allow to distribute benefits of this new system among all of the inhabitants. We need to come up with a model that is sustainable from the environmental aspect and the social aspect. To develop economy, a knowledge economy and creative economy are main pillars of development. In many cities, in the most developed cities, investment in education, research, innovation, and creating funds for entrepreneurs and so on, the significance of this economy will continue growing in the future and in the short term. Therefore, those cities that are investing in this regard, in these economies, we are investing in safe progress. Community economy constitutes the basis of sustainability for a production system that can create equal opportunities for all. Let's remember that peace is not just the lack of war, of absence of war, but that we can all develop freely and in equal opportunities in all of our communities. We know that we have a lot to do ahead of us. We have a long way ahead. Let's do it together. Welcome to Córdoba, where the federal heart beats. Thank you.
Gracias, señor Intendente.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. We'll hear now a representation of the Ministry of Foreign Relations, Foreign Trade, and Cult of Argentina, Ambassador Fernando Rodrigo Asensio. Good morning, everybody. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers of this 5th World Forum on Local Economic Development for the invite to participate in this prestigious panel. I'd like to take this opportunity to also greet my French colleagues, Spanish colleagues, Cape Verde, and from the UN, all here with us today, and to greet especially the government of the province of Córdoba, and more particularly the city of Córdoba and its mayor, Martín Zarzora. All of you, to tell you that I want to extend the Chancellor's greeting, Felipe Solá. Due to agenda issues, he couldn't be here with us, Felipe Solá, and he feels that these local economic development topics are really relevant for society, and that's why the Chancellor's office tries to be next to all these initiatives. In this opportunity, I'd like to give you a few comments about the local economic development that is key to face the challenges that the current pandemic crisis is putting us with. That it strengthens the inequality in the most vulnerable places and forbidding the upward economic mobility, and affecting communities' residences. The 21st century, local economic development increased and placed new challenges in front of us because this implies a strategic working in networks and to democratize power. Since there are more stakeholders involved, all the areas required involved and coordinated work. The economic development, local economic development, takes us to see politics in a different way. It's a complex way of thinking, built in a local way to move the resources in the region, imposed of a common well and a common good, and having a comprehensive development that includes the social dimension, environmental policies, and cultural policies besides the productive profile. Another aspect that for us is crucial, it's the local development that aims at breaking the concentrated power, concentrated mostly in the big cities, that goes against a real federalism. The growth of secondary economies and their small and medium enterprises materializes the sustainable economic development with social integration that allows adding value to local production with the great impact that it has in community, and it allows us to build a more efficient federalism that this Chancellor's office and this administration fosters as much. One of the main axes of local economic development has to do with social inclusion from the definition of a development profile for the whole territory. This goal is threatened by the possibility of having a great divergence that is closer of extreme poverty due to the COVID-19 and its effects. That allows us to prioritize the economic and productive and educational paradigm in the country. And so having the links and the bonds with the territorial leaders and the ones that know their territories and their communities the most is key. From our national administration, we can have a very efficient task only if we link with those authorities that are in the first lines. They are the ones that have the territorial intelligence, they empower communities, and the secretary that is under my administration has worked with the national administration so the provinces and cities have a more active role and more strategic role, and that their human resources can help them improve their capacities. That's why we think that we can be contributing to this forum aim or goal and the 2030 agenda. We hope that Argentina can get out of this crisis by reinventing the productive system with a main focus on the local and sustainability production. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you for being here with us in this opening ceremony. And from Spain, we're going now with the virtual possibilities. We are going to hear from Francisco Reyes from FAMSI. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everybody. Those who are with us on this 5th World Forum on Local Economic Development, Transition Towards a Sustainable Future, the key role of times of uncertainty that starts now and that will end the 1st of June. As it appears in the presentation, I am president of FAMSI and also president of the state of the city government of Del Rey, and I had the opportunity to participate in some of the world forums that were celebrated before. FAMSI is a public entity that was born in the year 2000 with the goal of joining efforts of direct local corporations in Andalusia. Currently, it's made up by more than 180 local governments and cooperating entities. FAMSI is a key instrument to articulate and to promote the cooperation decentralized cooperation in the Andalusia territory. At the same time, it responds to the interests and initiatives of local governments that we form this partnership. Allow me to greet also the rest of entities and institutions that are part of the organizing the steering committee and congratulate you for the great effort and the great work that you have done in order to make this World Forum happen. FAMSI is part of the committee, of the steering committee, and together with Pempenut, the promoting committee, the promoting UNDP, the fostering all of these world forums. This incentive was born in 2011 with the celebration of the first World Forum that was held in Seville, Spain. Our first edition, we had other world forums, such as the one in Iguazu, Brazil in 2013, Turin, Italy in 2015, and Prayer in Cape Verde in 2017. Intermediately, we had regional forums and national forums that also contributed to the process, feeding dialogue and strengthening other local alliances. The process of the World Forum on Local Economic Development is a coalition of local governments, regional and national governments, the national governments and international governments, the private sector, as well as the civil society, that acknowledge the potential of the focus of local economic development and that work together to move forward to strengthen the global partnership to carry out specific actions at local, national, and international levels. But this forum is just a different initiative to the rest of the forums. It was built in a moment that was very complex, very difficult, with an ongoing pandemic that has a critical impact on the health of our neighbors and our region. And it has a different type of consequences, such as the impact on economy and employment. I think that local governments were having a key leadership role in this phase linked to healthcare and citizens' care. We have to highlight that the local government services that we provide, the basic services that we provide, but we have to be at the forefront of the economic development forefront, and we have to build that future and share, and the experience reflect find alternatives to move forward in the formulas that allow the territories to have a transition towards a sustainable future. I hope and I wish that everything goes well and that we can see each other in the 6th World Forum in presence, face-to-face. Warm hugs to everybody. Thank you. Thank you, Francisco. We'll now hear from Cape Verde, the first Prime Minister, Minister of Finances and Entrepreneurial Promotion, Olavio Correa. Good morning, everybody. In the name of the government of Cape Verde, I'd like, first of all, to congratulate and greet, in a very special way, the Argentine government and the province of Córdoba, and in this World Forum of Local Economic Development, from the beautiful city of Córdoba for the world. We want to also greet all the representatives of the promoting entities that promote this forum. We want to congratulate the global mechanism of advocacy and dialogue imposed of the local economic development in difficult times, such as the ones we are going through. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, as of the COVID-19 pandemic, the sanitary crisis, the health crisis, the economics crisis have made it more evident the importance that it is to have dialogue, to articulate, to have cooperation among the different stakeholders at global scale, at national scale, at local scale. At the same time, that places all of us in front of an opportunity, maybe a single opportunity to to reveal the mechanisms, the practices of having the best practices to face this crisis and to comply to achieve the goals of the 2030 agenda without looking back. In the name of the government of Cape Verde, I like to give this forum the importance it really has, particularly in the current context. Thinking about the importance of learning, about resilience, models of resilience centered not only in our territories, but also leading with certainties and achieving the involvement that we need. As you know, in 2017, Cape Verde had the honor of hosting this fourth World Forum on Local Economic Development. That was a great, enriching experience that gave us a lot of opportunities to build alliances and to mobilize partners. And in this process of localization for the Agenda 2030 and the goals of sustainable development, consequently reinforcing democracy, decentralization, and the strength of local governments in the country. And with a great satisfaction, the country, Cape Verde, is here, and it represents several levels. From the government, we are waiting with great expectations the main conclusions and recommendations that will come up from these sessions and the agenda topics. Thank you very much to all of you for your vote, and have an excellent forum, everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Correa. We'll now continue with the following speaker. Morocco, this is the president of Orifogar, Mohamed Boudar. It is an honor and privilege to be here in Cordoba City virtually. I would have loved to be there in person. Greetings from thousands of members of cities and local governments, united local governments from around the world. First, I'd like to thank the mayor of Cordoba City, the minister, governor, ambassador, ADEC, FAMSI, ILO, UNDP, and all of the organizers that have worked so hard to put together this forum. I would also like to thank FAMSI, the Andalusian Fund of municipalities. I'd like to send my greetings to the president for all of the work they do on local development in our SDU. I'll continue to switch to French now because my speech is in French. I hope you have understood the first part of the speech. ILO has worked very hard in terms of this forum, and Orifogar as well. My greetings to Abdesamad Sekal and all of the regional members. As the president of the association, the African Association of Local Governments, I am one of the voices that works for local development. The pandemics gives us we are facing on big issues such as the lack of employment, the scarcity of resources, businesses, economic recovery, violence, and so on. And violence that has escalated due to isolation, violence against women, health issues, community issues, infrastructure, safety, among other issues. Communities and regions are at the heart of the response for these issues. Pandemics is actually a mirror for local governments, and it has shown the problems that all of the territories are facing. Territories need investment and development. They need to be a forum for all of the different sectors. So we need to have collaboration mechanisms and governance mechanisms from all of the territorial leaders and communities, universities, businesses, and civil society need to ensure forum and exchange of knowledge so that we can face all of the challenges during and post-pandemics. For this, we need to shift the way we govern. We need to reconsider territories as the place that will enable us to modify the present, but also plant the seeds for the future, to innovate in terms of management, social issues that would actually combine territorial policies, societies, and knowledge. This is a way to act on development. This has to be funded by international governments, and it has to be led by local governments so that they are key players to launch the local economic development. Our economy produces a lot of inequality and imbalances among territories and regions, cities, and neighborhoods. We need to listen to the ILO, and we need to see that pandemic is showing us that the future of labor is uncertain. Economy and services must be established or rooted in production so that the model we have is clear for our planet and that it's beneficial for our planet. This means that reestablishing or going back to full economy has to be carried out in a different way. I mean, compared to how we worked previously. This transformation will be addressing it in the next few days. We need to work together in order to work in this regard to be able to work at a local level in order to sustain the appropriate and necessary actions. I would like to thank all of you who are working, who are making this forum possible, all of the speakers that will joining us in these next 5 days. Thank you again, and sorry for the time. From Morocco, the president of Orofogar, Abdesamad Sekal. Good morning. I have the honor to be part of the LED World Forum that is hosted via live streaming from Cordoba City. This is a major event, very significant event to discuss territorial issues. This year, the forum will discuss economic development and social development issues carried out by the different powers facing health crisis. First, I'd like to thank all of the people who have worked very hard to make this forum possible. First, the mayor of the city of Cordoba, the governor, and all of the technical team from Cordoba City, the secretary of Orofogar, and all of the association that have participated in this important event. The topic for this fifth edition is innovation in territory for a better life quality. In fact, COVID-19 crisis confirms what we had always defended from Orofagar, that is the need for human issues to be at the top in terms of public policies and the development of territorial programs. This crisis actually showed the urgent need for a primary response for citizens facing public services, access such as university, education, drinking water. This makes us accelerate access to technologies for all of the citizens so as to cope with all of the vulnerability that people are facing. The first issue of the forum suggests that territory is the basis for economic reestablishment and recovery, particularly during this crisis. This is a challenge, a governance challenge. We need to work on developing or decentralizing cities and regions and to provide effective transfer devices or mechanisms and qualified work from the citizens. We will be discussing, and this is the second issue, the second thematic line, the world governance system and international commerce rules that would ensure access to primary care products or primary need products. The supply of these primary care products is a key issue we're going to be discussing. We'll also be addressing international exchange, education, and so on. Digital transformation is a major strategy for territorial development and plays a key role in terms of democratizing labor markets, and it also is important in terms of having connectivity, territorial connectivity, a solid territorial connectivity, and it also the challenges that we are facing in order to ensure the different services that are needed in the communities to be able to protect protection and labor as regard digitalization is a key aspect of these debates. This health crisis, this world health crisis, has or will show us that we need to make many transformations, economic, institutional, environmental transformations that will take place in a sustainable way. This pandemic has opened the gates for new ways of working, new approaches, new scales of values. We need to develop circular economy, territorial sovereignty as main issues. As president of Orofogar, I am highly interested in working in this direction and in the significance of this forum, the measures that will take place in the future for economic development and the different perspectives, development perspectives at a regional level. Thank you. Well, my presentation is over. Thank you. So, President of Orofogar, Abdisamat Sekal. The social media, let's remember that we are not only on the website from the official website, but also the social media and the we'd like to know where in the world you're listening, you're following our live streaming. The next presentation from Buenos Aires, Argentina, the director of ILO Argentine chapter. Good morning, Yukiko Arai. Good morning, Governor of Córdoba, Juan Schiaretti, Mayor of the City of Córdoba, Martín Yayora, the Vice President of ADEC, Javier Basanta Chao, representatives of the unions, the academia, civil sector, ladies and gentlemen. First, I'd like to greet all of the officials in the opening sessions and the hosts, the Republic of Argentina, the province of Córdoba, and the city of Córdoba. I had the opportunity to participate some weeks ago from launching a program that was launched from the city of Córdoba together with the representatives of the government. And I believe that is totally aligned with the forum. Warm regards also to the partners, the ILOs, the international committees. That includes the UN agencies and international organizations from civil society, the city of Turin, and the government of Cape Verde. Thank you very much for your unconditional support to make this fifth World Forum possible, the first virtual forum facing the challenging care and conditions. The World Forum has become one of the main world scenarios to exchange knowledge on different approaches and strategies regarding economic development. The value of this initiative was shown in the growing number of people that have participated in every edition. This meeting allows us to share best practices and, on the other hand, invites us to build cooperation networks to support collective knowledge across all of the levels. In this fifth edition, we have a global platform in place so that global union leaders and other leaders, representatives of international organizations, the academia, get together in order to address critical issues and to provide responses that have to do with developing a more inclusive and sustainable agenda in favor of the planet and the inhabitants. The declaration of ILO that was adopted in 2019 by the International Conference of Labor proposes an approach for the future that places workers and their needs and their rights at the center of environmental and economic policies, without leaving outside the context that we're facing. The impact and the current crisis in our society is extremely difficult in terms of health issues, social and environmental issues. In labor markets based on ILO market data, there was an unprecedented decrease or high levels of unemployment compared to previous years that have affected mainly women and young people. Even though we're expecting an economic recovery in the second semester of this year as a result of the vaccine programs, the world economy is facing high levels of uncertainty, and this recovery will take place in very uneven ways among the different countries of the world. We have an increase in inequality among countries and within countries. So we need to build develop policies to achieve social stability, specifically policies that would promote social protection. 75% of the world population do not have access to social protection. We need to develop formal economy based on the country, because we have different kinds of rates. Informal economy rates that account for 18%. So we need to promote social dialogue, more cooperation from the public and private sectors to rebuild trust, to add knowledge and skills, resources. We need to build this new norm aiming at inclusion and sustainability. As it is mentioned in the 2030 agenda, we need to localize objectives to manage ODS. Then we are going to develop policies centered on people. And in the sessions in this forum, we are addressing, for example, panels that will be dealing issues such as cooperation, promotion of ecosystems, inclusive ecosystem transformation, digital transformation, transitioning to formal economy, social inclusion. Just a minute. Training and permanent training, also sessions on new business models, such as the ones related to circular economy, social economy, and community ecology, creative ecology, in the promotion of triangular and south-south cooperation. Before concluding, I like to say that it is not possible to achieve all of what we need to achieve if we have child labor. As the United Nations declared this year, the International Year. So this is a main objective as well at the ILO agenda that requires the cooperation and of everybody. I wish that this forum is the space for collective work to eradicate child labor. So we need to work together to foster to eliminate child labor. Let's create the future that we wish to have. Thank you, Yukiko. Now give the floor to Claudio Tomasi, who is representing the UNDP in Argentina. Welcome.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody.
It's a great honor for me to participate once more in this important event at a moment of a historic challenge for humanity and for our planet. I personally have had the pleasure to be in all 4 previous events, and it's great to be again here today with all of you in Córdoba, Argentina. It is encouraging to see how local and regional governments are playing an outstanding role in addressing this challenge by mitigating the impact of the corona pandemic on people's lives in our cities and our territories. The 5th World Forum on Local Economic Development is an excellent opportunity to translate 10 years of global partnership into vibrant territorial partnership that help us to rebuild societies and economies in a more equal and inclusive manner. As one of the many repercussions of the COVID-19 pandemic, the long-run distribution of resources and equality of opportunities are seriously challenged on several dimensions. One of the most severe consequences of the current situation is the intensification of economic and social inequality. COVID-19 has triggered massive disruptions in economies, jobs, livelihoods, social well-being, and social contracts. Economic shocks have affected countries before health shocks through macroeconomic transmission channels, and the negative socioeconomic impacts are expected to persist after the health crisis for years to come. Ladies and gentlemen, More than 40% of the world's employment is provided by micro, small, and medium enterprises. This is recognized by 140 countries who are including support to those actors as crucial part of their COVID-related interventions. UNDP, the United Nations Development Programme, as the UN system lead for the COVID-19 related socioeconomic recovery, has many stories to tell. The Accelerator Lab team in Argentina is, for example, piloting several solutions to sustain financially vulnerable people and SMEs during the lockdown, including a pay in advance platform that allows people to pay for services they will receive after the lockdown, supporting cash flows in small businesses and informal enterprises in the meantime. At a global level, the COVID-19 Private Sector Global Facility was launched in partnership with the UN Global Compact and the International Chamber of Commerce and 3 private sector partners, DHL, Microsoft, and PricewaterhouseCoopers, with a target of supporting 100,000 SMEs. UNDP firmly believes that effective and inclusive local economic development can play a crucial role in that process, as it allows to generate local businesses and jobs, increase overall private sector investment, and thereby help to reduce disparities. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks to 10 years of this forum and its dedicated leadership by UCLG, Olufogar, FAMSI, ILO, and UNDP, the need for more equal and territorial-driven socioeconomic development is well recognized. This is an important step forward. Now we must build on it, and this forum offers a strategic platform to do so. Finally, I particularly want to acknowledge the exemplary role played by the city of Cordoba, the province of Cordoba, and the national Argentinian authorities in the organization of this event, and for being UNDP strategic partners for the local development agenda for many years already. We want to reiterate here our firm commitment to keep working with all of you and redouble our efforts. Together, we have covered a lot of ground and will continue our cooperation at the 3 levels, the municipal, provincial, and the national level. I wish you all fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Claudio. Allí estaban también las palabras que se van.
Thank you, Claudio. More words that
Merci, c'est maintenant le moment de recevoir, d'accueillir au vice-président premier de l'Agence pour le développement économique ADEC, M. Javier Basantachao.
Dear Vice Governor of the Province of Córdoba, Manuel
Vice-gouverneur
Calvo,
de la province de Córdoba, Monsieur le maire de la ville de Córdoba, le président de l'agence de Córdoba, les autorités nationales, provinciales, municipales et des organisations internationales, conseillers et conseillères de l'ADEC, représentants des entités associées. Des milliers de personnes participent aujourd'hui. À vous tous, bonjour, bonsoir, bon après-midi. L'Agence pour le développement économique de Córdoba aura bientôt 25 ans. Et la mairie de Córdoba et plus de 50 chambres commerciales, universités et d'autres organismes y font partie. Et son objectif est de promouvoir le développement économique de la ville de Córdoba et sa région. Pour l'ADEC, cet événement est très significatif et il marque un point clé pour faire face à cette situation exceptionnelle de la pandémie. La richesse de ce forum, qui couvre plus de 20 activités et la présence de plus de 200 participants et de plusieurs pays est vraiment surprenante. Ce seront 5 journées d'échange pour renforcer les alliances.
Non.
L'informalité et les modèles économiques territoriaux. pour faire face aux inégalités dans cette pandémie et pour la reconstruction post-pandémie. J'espère que ce sera un espace de rencontre, de discussions, de réflexions dont les résultats serviront pour le développement local des différents territoires. Nous aurions aimé vous recevoir, vous accueillir de manière présentielle et vous montrer toutes les beautés de notre ville. Et nous espérons pouvoir le faire dans le futur. Je vous souhaite à vous tous
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Javier. And now we close this first instance, the opening of the 5th World Forum of Local Economic Forum, with the Vice Governor words in charge of the executive power right now, Accountant Manuel Calvo. Good morning, everybody. I'd like to give you a big warm welcome to this 5th World Forum on Local Economic Development. And I take these opportunities to thank the organization of National UN, the program of UN for the development, local united, the UCLG, the ILO, the City of Cordoba, and the Agency for Economic Development of Cordoba, ADEC. From the government of the province of Cordoba, we are really honored to be part of this 5th World Forum on Local Economic Development that is carried out from our dear city of Cordoba. We're very proud of being part of it because we think that the productive economic development of countries requires a social, environmental, and economic development based on labor, articulated among the regions and the local governments. Borders, for some time, they are being redefined, and the regional problems and local problems are shared around the world. But as much as those are shared, the solutions must be shared. These places where we get to talk about these things maybe make the local and regional governments have more importance in the development of promoting strategies to develop economy, to develop employment and innovation. We know that working closely with the citizens makes us key players to know what they need, their demands, and to provide programs to satisfy those demands. And so sharing experiences is so important. Last but not least, I'd like to highlight the commitment of the province of Cordoba to work in the strengthening of the regional, local, and local development, as well as the willingness to participate with all the partners, the stakeholders in society, agricultural industry, the academia, and the organizations of the civil society, in activities that involve dialogue, consensus, and cooperation so that we can contribute to building development models that improve the quality of lives of people, and that way have a fairer social justice at world level. That way, we officially open this 5th World Forum on Local Economic Development. Welcome to the province of Cordoba. Thank you very much, Vice Governor Calvo. A quick break, but I'd like to invite you, because we have the first speakers, the role of organizations in the new economic, social, and labor context. That will be only in the next 5 minutes. We take 5 minutes to take a break, to go to the restroom, to look for something to drink. But let's do it by enjoying the images of the province of Cordoba, of the city of Cordoba, sorry. We are the heart of Argentina. That mix, that blend of originary and conquest, immigrants, workers, and students from all over the country. For us, talking about inclusion is talking about our identity. We know that the main source of independence, economic independence and equality, is work, labor. So that's why we work the first green center of recycling for women. We broke a crystal glass that forbade women from being workers, women from being the workers in these centers. We commit ourselves to guarantee the exercise of children's rights. We ensure the access to health, and we work together with organizations in that sector, in the third sector. We inform trans people in errands that they need to do to run for identity and the diversity campaigns. We give continuous training, awareness training on gender violence. We want a society that is more equality, more giving. We are citizens of the world, and we have in our blood the need to make of Córdoba our home.
Hoy, más que nunca.
Today, more than ever, we know who we are and where we're going. Together, we can move forward. Córdoba, capital city, all the opportunities, one single destination. The art of our people.
Hoy lo disfrutás viendo este streaming con artistas.
Today you're enjoying the streaming with great actors and actresses, but these places are for you. Córdoba has it all. Enjoy it.
Caminando voy,
Welcome back. Let's continue with the plenary sessions today. We'll begin with the first plenary session of this forum organized by FAMSI, ADEC, and ILO. Let's have a look at the presentation. The role of labor organizations in the new labor, social, and economic context. In this plenary session, we have representatives, local representatives, such as Mario Natalio, who's the president of the Chamber of Commerce, Francisco José Doajas Mellado from the city of San Juan, the province of Seville, the vice president of Seville, Diputación of Seville, and the president of Oru. Welcome, Francisco, who will be opening this plenary session. Good afternoon from Spain, Seville. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's start with this first plenary session of this 5th World Forum that finally has come true. We were fearful in the last few years. We feared that we may not be able to put together this forum. So many people have worked very hard, and I think that this effort has made this forum possible. Despite the difficulties and despite the singularities of this format, we believe that we will take advantage of this as we did in the 4th previous editions. I had the opportunity to attend the other 4 editions, the one that was held in Sevilla, the other in Brazil, Italy, and in Cape Verde. And honestly, it is a process that it was began in 2011. This and we have the same vocation, the same. This panel is within one of the main or 3 strategies. This is the future of work in the social and economic scenario facing COVID-19 crisis. A social economic context that is posing threats and challenges, but it'll also giving us new opportunities. The panel members will be addressing with a very, very little time, as it is usually so, but I know that they will be brief, they will adjust to time, and they will make their own contribution from different perspectives, different organizations, both in the labor and business sectors, and other viewpoints from the regional levels, for example, Latin America, Europe, and other regions that will make their own contributions. The value added of this forum is actually that. Some basic key points, just to introduce the panel. This new economic crisis that actually took place after the 2018-2019 crisis, COVID-19 actually puts us in another critical situation that, and the question is how we're going to overcome this crisis. We have previous experience in the 2018 crisis. We overcame the crisis with a lot of inequality and devaluation, a global and general devaluation of or depreciation of laborers, and more poverty and more deregulation of labor markets. And so we had, in the end, threatening scenario for workers. We had a loss of productivity and profitability, particularly for SMEs. Maybe this time we need to reconsider how to overcome this crisis without so much inequality, and to also for all of the workers in general, but I'd like to focus on two main groups. Young people that I believe after going through two continuous crises are thinking of what possible hopes they can have, what are their expectations in the future labor market. And another group is women. ILO today publishes a report on the loss of income as a result of workers as a result of COVID-19 crises. The data is quite significant. Men have lost 11% of income as a result of this crisis, and women 15% of income. That is 4 points above men. So women actually suffer the crisis much more, let alone the fact that all of the issues that women were facing in terms of inequality in the labor market, such as, having access to managerial positions and corporations. I believe that this has been also affected due to the two crises we went through and due to COVID-19 crisis. I think that panel members will address this issue. Bottom line, the local economic development, that is actually the thematic, the pillar thematic line for this forum, will focus on the role of labor organizations have to play in this new social economic context. Social economic development plays a key role in generating activity in the territory, with all of the actors, the stakeholders involved, to have entrepreneurial business activities, creating new jobs, creating wealth, and this is the basis of prosperity and happiness. So let's focus, the panel members will focus on these issues, and they will provide their insights on how to address what are the strategies for local economic development in the territory that can actually provide contributions that will address these new challenges. I would like to introduce the panel members. There will be two exchanges, an 8-minute exchange in the first place. After the first round, another exchange, a 4-minute exchange for the panel members again, and then some minutes at the end for conclusions, sort of wrapping up the plenary session. So I'd like to give the floor to Carmen Castilla Alvarez, who is her career has been involved in the public health sector. She is an expert on health management, public health management, which is really important considering this crisis. Currently, she's the Secretary General of UGT, one of the main unions of workers in our country. She has a very solid background. The union has a solid background on consolidating and standing up for laborers' rights. Because when we make some progress, in terms of workers' rights, we need to work on other issues. So she has a lot of experience on this, and She will talk about the role of this organization in particular, I mean, the role of unions facing COVID-19 crisis. Carmen, the floor is yours. Thank you. It is an honor for me to be sharing this with you. Fortunately, we can interact via streaming. It is actually a positive aspect of this crisis that we can have real-time interaction. I will try, as you said, Francisco, to address, and I'd like to take 8 minutes, because we union people, when we begin to speak, then we don't really respect time. So I have somebody here telling me, checking the time. So considering this scenario can be compared to the 2018 crisis regarding the impact in the social economic scenario or the context. But it is quite different, because this crisis is actually brought about by coronavirus, but it has disrupted the whole market. And the possible solution is vaccination. The problem, well, this, as you said before, we were talking about it, depending on the country, then vaccination programs are quite we're facing inequality, because it is social injustice. In the previous crisis, we were recovering. I mean, the workers were recovering, because the business sector, and I'm talking about Spain and Andalusia, there were high levels of unemployment. Women and young people, 51% of our young people, it is actually a serious problem. But this pandemic has given us really an X-ray of our situation. The production model is based on mainly, we have very few industries, mainly based on services and tourism. Because of this crisis, these two sectors declined significantly. So the GDP, it had an impact on the GDP. However, what have we done from the unions? We have devised a really nice tool for dialogue and exchange. These are effective tools. We have been able to achieve really important agreements with Pepe Alvarez and other agreements with other unions, the central government, left government. We have recovered an agencies called ERTES, and we have been able to actually secure a large number of positions and employments. Specifically for those who do not have many resources, we have actually implemented distance working and remote working. So we have a legal regulation in place now. So thanks to this social dialogue, yesterday actually, they are going to sanction a law to regulate home office and remote working. So we've been able to put forward and protect some rights, and we know that we're going to have a recovery after the vaccination program, but we are concerned about the social dialogue because it has worked, but our legal framework in Spain involved 2 labor reforms that have weakened the unions and the labor reforms, particularly the one that took place in 2012. So before the pandemics, we need to strengthen these two reforms. But aside this, it's the role of women. Because our situation, we have, a pre-crisis situation, we were actually conquering rights, but then we had these pandemics, the crisis again, and women, we have to sacrifice again for, we need to take care of elderly people, our children. We have low incomes, high levels of unemployment. 75% of our agreements or contracts are part-time. And if you ask any women if they are full-time, the answer will be no. I mean, they all want to have a full-time job. So we have a union framework. We have in our union, we've been working for 130 years now. It's the second oldest union in Europe. So I'm very proud to be working for the union for 7 years. We are including women in decision maker. We have this income gap. So we need to have the same income. And what we have proposed, and this has been dealt with, we need to have the right legislation in place, and we need to have protective measures to ensure compliance. So that protection rights, women rights are protected. So I believe that we have made some progress because the income structure has been exposed. Last week, we carried out a federal Congress. Now we are proposing this to narrow income gap, but we need to have the same capacity to actually have access to managerial positions. As regards young people, I have 10 seconds left, 1 minute left. As regards young people, it is key for young people, and the role we have to play is that we have to adapt to new technologies. The digital platform using algorithms, we need to specifically analyze those algorithms, because when mathematical decisions are not supported by the human cooperation, then this affects the health of the worker. So this has to be part of the bargaining agreements. We need to train young people. This is fundamental. And to prepare our young people for the future positions that will arise as a result of the digital technologies and robotization. The new scenario will be totally different. So the young people need to be prepared for that.
Muy bien, Carmen, muchísimas gracias.
Very good, Carmen. Thank you very much. You have been like a German, like a Swiss watch. 8 minutes, and that's exactly what you did. Then after this insight that you gave us, you can also go deeper later on. Now we'll give the floor to someone who is a panelist with a perspective that is not contradictory, but it is from a very different perspective, the perspective of the enterprises. Natalio Brickman is president of the Argentine Chamber of Commerce and Services, but he has a wide experience representing enterprises at national level in Argentina, but also internationally. I say a vast experience because by the year 1985, he was already part of the Argentine Chamber, and he's been developing several roles there. Currently, he is the president, and he's also part of the Inter-American Department of Commerce and the Latin American Chamber of Commerce in the U.S. So he will give us the entrepreneurial perspective, national perspective, but also international, that I'm sure he will enrich us in the next 8 minutes. Natalio, the floor is yours. Good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you are. It is an honor for me to share this fifth forum with all of you. We are undergoing exceptional situations all around the world, and some of the countries have more consequences than others, Argentina being one of them, with a very special history or background. We have complications, economic complications, but it has to do with our idiosyncrasy, regardless of the administrations that we have. It's happened with all the administrations. Since 1930 to date, we've had the same situation. They were unable to have a sustainable economic policy. And to diagnose our country a little bit, Argentina, we can have different outlooks, but I'm going to focus on only two of those outlooks. And that I was just saying, the performance of our economy has always been below our expectations. And the most difficult thing is that in a country with such huge potential in human resources and economic resources is amazing. I always say that Argentina is a rich country, but I said that's not right. It's a country that has a lot of natural resources, and our problem is that in general, conflict prevails over consensus. I'm also convinced that it's not by chance that both things happen simultaneously. Much to the contrary, I think it's a causality. In general, when energies are put on abating the adversary instead of finding solutions, you have to be more focused on covering yourself from all the things that are coming from your opponent, instead of being focused on what happened in the past and in the future. So it's not surprising that we are impacted by that. In Argentina, we must find points in common goals for the different social sectors, regardless of the legitimate sectorial goal that each one looks for based on the place where they are. As a common goal should be to have a dynamic business environment, sustainable, key for companies to grow, and that they can develop in terms of quality. So development is like a wheel. Each point of that wheel is important. Consumption on the one hand, employment on the other, right regulations. All of these components aim at the same target. We need to have what we need. We need to have what it takes to give work to our people. And, well, Córdoba has gone in poverty, which, and Argentina in general, and it really pains us. There is a lot of tension, and it has been so for a long time. And the horizon, macroeconomic horizon, we have to say that there is legal uncertainty, Sometimes the labor policies put in the entrepreneurial side high costs, so it makes it impossible for the enterprises to make investments. And we know that without investments, whether it's direct foreign investment or Argentine investment, we cannot grow. We have way too many regulations that were thought for a different century. Advances in technology are every day more evident in the companies' lives. It's very difficult to invest in our country when there are other countries that have more favorable regulations. Argentina, we cannot answer with the same labor regulations here in Argentina, because then we will end up having the same results that we all know. Informal jobs, unloyal competence, lack of incentive to production, high level of lawsuits, and all those side effects that end up that finally end up in a very bad feeling around society. So we must listen to one another. We must listen to all the stakeholders. And these days means that men and women, businessmen and businesswomen, we have to go out and to have that unbiased entrepreneurial feeling. In that regards, the union, the associations, the enterprise associations, when we channel those voices, we are playing that role, that highlighted role, if we can say that. And the changes that we impose cannot be just for one sector, or they should not come from one sector. They should come from dialogue and consensus. We have to listen to the different stakeholders' voices, and only then we can have a better alternative. We cannot have a single train of thought. But also because it's going to be a consensuated decision, we have to think about how sustainable it will be in time. So if one tries to prevail over the other, of course it's going to be perceived as something imposed and not something stable and sustainable, so the job creation will suffer. In the field of services, we have a great cooperation relationship with the union, which is FAESIS, the union that groups the greatest number of members, 1.2 million members in that union. However, we cannot see the same in other sectors. And I would also like to highlight that the activity that I preside quite honorably, the Chamber of Argentine the Argentine Chamber of Commerce and Services, it has a group of young people called J6. The G6 and other union groups, they have this place and they try to find consensus among all the sectors, and they dialogue consistently with the union members, and they form these synergies and they strengthen the bonds. Finally, I firmly believe that dialogue and meeting is the road that we have to take, specifically in times like the ones we are undergoing with sudden changes, challenges that arise all of a sudden. And we have to go through that path. We have to continue having these structural reforms instead of facing them once. It will, and alone, it will only weaken us more. We have to work for an Argentine with less poverty, with more and better jobs, and for a more developed Argentina as well. it's impossible to think about development without a thriving private activity. We need more entrepreneurs who are eager to invest and who can create jobs, because there are no companies without employees. But let's understand that there are no employees without companies. Thank you. Thank you, Natalio, because you have also stick to time on your first ideas, and it was very interesting. Your perspective from the entrepreneurial side matched, in this case, with what Carmen explained about the perspective of the unions, talking about the social dialogue and the capacity to meet and to have consensus as a key to develop economic development that respects the legitimate right of the enterprises and the entrepreneurs, that also guarantees dignified conditions for the employees. I think that's one of the conclusions that maybe we can highlight at the end of this plenary session. Now we'll give the floor to Jose Emilio Bim, because Sandra Inés Ramos Lopez is not here. She's from Nicaragua, and we knew that she had connection issues, and I think unfortunately we won't be able to have her with us. She could maybe join us later in the panel, but then we'll give her the floor. But now we're going to Emilio Pim, the Secretary of the CGT. He has great experience in the field, the union sector. He comes from information sciences, and he is the Secretary General of the Argentine Federation of State Employees. He is also a councilor, a city councilor, voted for by the city of Córdoba. And we give the floor now to Jose Emilio Pien. Good morning, good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to thank you for the invitation to participate. In this case, I'd like to thank the mayor, Martín Charllora, who contacted us through the city agency. Before I start, I'd like to greet from the Central Region Forum Association. The Central Region is made up by Córdoba, Santa Fe, and Entre Ríos provinces in the Central Region of our country. And that organization called Central Region has a workers' forum, and me as a representative, as the CGT Córdoba, is sending us a greeting. Daniel Juncos is also greeting you. And of course, we want to thank for this invitation. We want to thank you for this invite. I think it's necessary to highlight a few things about Córdoba first. The Córdoba CGT is the regional union of the National Employees Union, which in fact has developed throughout the country. Each one of the regions has created its sectionals, and they have become autonomous when considering different issues. But in our country, there is still a political structure that makes main decisions in terms of legislations are made at national level, especially when it comes to labor legislation in our country has not been preserved by the provinces when they constitute this as a federal government. They have been granted to the national administration. In case that is not well understood, I mean that everything that has to do with control and legislations of labor is done at national level. And in the province's jurisdiction, there is a Ministry of Labor that has some participation in terms of its functions, but the final decisions in terms of legislation are national. And that limits the possibility of our unions and all local unions to participate. The local unions, if we are regional sectionals of national unions, we have it easier than the only local unions that have greater problems in that regards. Well, about Córdoba, I'll say a few things more. It's a province that has 3.7 million people. 51% of those are women. The main activities, economic activities, are basically industrial. The car industry, the automobile industry, construction, shoe industry. So construction and shoe industry are two specific industries that are very important inside Córdoba province, and they have grown exponentially in non-registered or illegal informal jobs. The province as such pays 180,000 salaries, direct salaries, to public officers. I'm talking about teachers, and I not including there the employees of the Bank of the province and the energy company of the province. There are 516,000 national retirees and 108,000 state retirees, plus another number of the professional retirees. So what are the main topics today? If I don't want to make more use of my time, but I think I like to enumerate a few things that are common to everyone in this moment. The drop of the activity in general terms due to the crisis, the need to protect health for the workers that have to go to work, essentials. The essentials have never stopped working. They have never stopped going to work. And that has brought about the need to control and to have a specific service for the health, on the health care system. The drop of the purchasing power, growth of the informal workstations or work jobs. I already said in construction and shoes, and the lack of legislation for telecommuting, because Carmen's participation got my attention. I remembered two things about Córdoba specifically. One, in Argentina, there is a telecommuting job that is quite questioned with some difficulties, but in the province, despite the fact that there is a very important number of employees who are telecommuting, we cannot get a law that regulates a minimum framework. We don't want an exhaustive detail regulation, but at least to guarantee the rights of the employees. As I said, in the province, we don't have such regulation. I am part of the Congress, the province's Congress, and there is a minority. I am part of that Congress, and we are a minority who want to promote that regulatory framework for telecommuting. In this case, the Ministry of Finance of the province, they have decided some basic decisions, some basic regulations to ensure connection, recognizing the costs of internet connection to the employees, and to respect the Labor Day hours. Another aspect that I think it's a little disorganized. I'm sorry about my speech, but Carmen also, I like to say hi to Carmen especially, but this topic about women and health. Here, in terms of health, here in the state jurisdiction, and I am retired from the state government, but because I was an employee from the province before, and by being a state employee, I am in front of the employees union. It's not something that I decided. It's my peers that voted for me. Okay, so we have to close. Sorry, we have a lack of personnel. But that was before the pandemic, and now it's more severe because we need them now in this COVID time. And in trying to solve this, I'm talking about the state, the province. It's important but deficient because they have potentiated the informal jobs even inside the healthcare sector. There is an important number of employees who are working on the healthcare, on the public healthcare, but they did it with very informal contracts and with salaries that are completely insufficient. I'll just use 30 seconds more to say that it's very important in Cordoba that the topic of the popular economy. 45% of the employees in Cordoba are within what we call the popular economy. These employees have organized themselves and have formed their own union, the Union of the Popular Economy employees, but we, the CGT, our union, needs to recognize them first as employees. That's what they want, and introduce them into the structure. But I point that out as a key issue because 45% of the employees in Cordoba are not formal. They are not within the traditional unions, but they are within this that we call popular economy union. Sorry about the minutes I took more.
Thank you, Jose. Only 20 seconds, so you have complied with your time, so no problem. Thank you for your clear and brief presentation. We'll meet later in the second round. Here with us is Sandra Inés Ramos Lopez. We were waiting for you. So thank you for being here with us. She is the founder of the movement of working and unemployed women, Maria Elena Cuadra from Nicaragua. She's an activist in the promotion of workers' rights, and she has vast experience. She is a co-founder of several organizations, among them the Regional Committee of Union Workers from Latin America and the Caribbean, and she's the founder of the Network of Women Workers. Vast experience that I'm sure you're going to provide us with your view on a region that has many difficulties, but you have experience on this in this regard. So we're looking forward to listening to you. Your mic is off, Sandra. Okay. Good morning. Good afternoon. I'd like to take some time to talk about the crisis that the Central American region is facing, particularly Nicaragua. We have an economic crisis, a very deep one in the Central American area, political crisis, particularly in Nicaragua. And in addition to this, the health crisis that is affecting the whole world, that has impacted very much all of us, but particularly women, since we are the ones that manage family economies, and the loss of our jobs in Nicaragua and the Central America are really high, really high rates. One of the features is that we are facing, one of the realities we're facing is migration to the United States. So we lost human capital that can be beneficial for the economy of Nicaragua, but low salaries and poor working conditions are making people leave our land, our country. This migration to, for example, in Nicaragua, due to the political crisis, we have over 100,000 Nicaraguans living in Costa Rica, because when they migrate to other economies, then they have, I mean, the Costa Rican economy also suffers. So in this new context, the demand of workers have not changed. What has changed is the context. So besides the historical demands that we have not answered, we have the new demands to be able to sustain jobs, to be able to keep up with the living conditions. This response should not, I mean, it's not the responsibility of the workers only, because there are business people in our country that believe they have to reduce costs. So we are facing another contradiction, because to recover the economy, so we need the joint effort of all of the parties involved, the stakeholders, not only unions, not only women's organizations, but also joint partnership with civil society players, the unions, and cannot deal with all of the problems, the civil society problems. We need to have the joint effort of all of the other players. So when we say that we need global dialogue, we're not talking about the three-party, I mean, private, public sectors and workers, but all of the stakeholders, and particularly women, who are the ones that because of the role we play in society and the role we've been assigned, we need to sacrifice. Many years ago, the International Union Movement considered this. Back then, when we talked about globalization, we talked about globalizing workers' rights, because this is a main challenge. We're increasingly having movement of workers. Jose, as you said, we have really poor working conditions. If we have people coming from other countries, if we globalized workers' rights, we would have equal opportunities every place workers want. Another thing that has been important is not only the demand of workers, I mean, the demand for better working conditions, better jobs, but also the respect for human rights. And in difficult times, the Union movement, the international movement, we have been able to transcend. And so human rights have to be at the center of all future Union movements. It is being so, but we need to strengthen that even further. And then global dialogue is really paramount to be able to understand this crisis and the solution to these problems, and to be able to achieve all of the goals we set. Non-discrimination is still a demand. Women's inclusion in the labor market is still a demand that is it's more present today, because those people that have lost their jobs are mainly women, and some factories, industries have actually shut down. Consumers are not using the products, for example, clothes. And in the case of Nicaragua, yesterday we had a meeting with 1,000 workers with a company that just shut down, and in May 28 will made all of the workers redundant. So we're fighting so that workers are protected. This factory is working for Under Armour, and so that the factories and the business sectors should actually protect workers' rights. They were giving humanitarian bond or a gift, very, very little money. So actually really impossible for workers and people to face their basic needs. So how to make everything, all of the policies more humane in during COVID-19 crisis. There's a company that has branches in other parts of the world, and their foundation, Levi, this is the company. So they want to make a contribution so that people could actually have some money to meet their basic needs. So how to make business policies more humane in the midst of crisis, when everybody is really focused on making business, on doing business and making their business profitable. So we need to, and everything is changing, and the union movement has to work in this regard. And organizations we need to work together so as to make this humanitarian crisis that has become a very deep economic crisis, so that workers can make progress, because poor jobs and is becoming like a trend in the midst of this crisis, because some want to take advantage of this crisis to make these standards, labor standards, even lower. Thank you, Sandra. Thank you for your contributions that are actually in alignment with the previous presentations. As you said, the need to protect workers' rights, to provide decent jobs, and to protect rights. And as Carmen Castilla said, to have all of the basic rights protected, so that the workers and workers that will be unemployed will not be excluded. That is such a difficult thing to overcome. Now we'll give the floor to Oksana Obud, who is an international coordinator of StreetNet. She will talk about her experience. She coordinates the conference of free unions from Ukraine. She is an activist for human rights and women's workers' rights. This is her area of expertise. So we'll give the floor to Osana.
Okay, thank you very much, Francisco. Hola, buenos dias, buenos tardes. I would like to apologize. I will give my presentation in English today because my Spanish is not ready for speaking publicly, but I hope for your understanding. And first of all, of course, thank you very much for this invitation to give us such an opportunity, international space, to deliver the voice or speak up on behalf of informal economy workers, namely on behalf of StreetNet, as I am currently doing. I'm a StreetNet international coordinator. And I would like just to say a few words about this organization, because organization is rather new, which was established in 2002 in South Africa, in Durban. But let me share my screen so you can see more figures, more details. Can you see my screen? Okay, so StreetNet International is a global alliance of membership-based organizations representing over 600 members as for current time from 52 countries. So we are represented globally. And our main constituency, or main members, are street market vendors, mobile vendors, as well as informal cross-border traders who are migrant workers. So most of them, since they are engaged in the sector of commerce, they are self-employed workers and represented prevailing by women. It varies from 78 to 90% globally. As well as we have youth among our membership, varies from 15 to 40%, and elderly or retired people. So yeah, it's important to remember that women of different age represent the majority of sector of street trade and market trading. So that's why we are very women-oriented organization with a very women-oriented constitution as a global federation of workers engaged in informal economy. I would like also to provide some global statistics just for better understanding what we are talking about when we target informal economy. So this statistics is actually 2018-2019 from the ILO. And we can see that 2 billion people, which is more than 61% of global workforce, make a living in informal economy. Yeah. And this is actually a very big sign for all of us. And with COVID-19 crisis, it's actually coming even more because there is a tendency growing informality and there is a closure of enterprises, there is retrenchment, so we can see unemployment growing rate and informality as well as growing rate. So 90% of informal economy is in developing countries. Mainly.
Disculpa, Roxana.
Yes.
Disculpa un segundo. Me indican que debes poner.
Roxana, sorry, you have to put the PowerPoint in complete screen, please, because if not, we cannot see it correctly. Can you make it full screen? On the right, you have the button on the right next to the volume. There you go. No, the last one, the last one. Actually, it's the last one before, yeah. It's the last one before the, there you go, okay.
Okay, so, and as for continuing, as for statistic, so 73% of non-agriculture employment is also in developing countries' informal economy. 59% in emerging countries and 17% of informal economy in developed countries. As for contribution to GDP, actually there is some probably wrong message about tax evasion or any negative perception of those who are engaged in informal jobs. They don't contribute, they don't pay any taxes. Anyway, it is not really true because there is no real statistics. There is some, again, from officials, from EU. So from 17 to 58% of contributions is coming from informal economy to GDP. And this is without agriculture sector. But there is a big need for statistics because the missing data of informal economy is really a huge challenge worldwide. So it's also a big sign, especially for now, for COVID time, pandemic, for national governments to really establish mechanisms how to measure informal economy. As for challenges, once COVID-19 hits the world, so of course, one of the most devastating the negative impact went to informal economy. And as for our sector, traders, so it was first of all economic impact, because in most of the cases, their daily bread depends on daily income, which simply means if they don't work today, they might not even eat today. Lack of accessibility to healthcare system and to any form of social protection just because they are not covered in their countries, neither by legal or nor social protection schemes. Psychological pressure to make a horrible choice, to stay at home just due to lockdowns and to watch your members of the family starving, or just to go and to be exposed to the risk of getting virus outside of home. And as well as brutal evictions of street vendors who just try to survive, to earn at least some basic income, which actually even happened before the pandemic, but since lockdown started to be imposed by many governments, so evictions even started to be legal to some extent in several countries like Zimbabwe, for example, which is really a very bad case. Growing level of domestic violence, and the previous speakers already highlighted this issue about additional burden, particularly on women who have to care at home and to do double or triple job even. And as well as food insecurity and growing inequality, what we also observe. As for treatment strategies and advocacy globally and national and local level, of course, first of all, it's about recognition of all informal economy workers at national level. They should be recognized as workers, so which means they should be considered as essential workers, as formal, and to be regulated. The right to work in public spaces, just because usually public space for street vendors, for example, this is the working space. That's why they have to advocate for the right to work, for space to trade. Provision of public services, because even a pandemic revealed that especially in informal settlements where a lot of our members live, there is really lack or shortage of drinking water or any sanitary equipment. Inclusive social dialogue. I heard a lot about social dialogue today, and I appreciate also your advocacy, your efforts, but we are talking about inclusiveness, and this is where all have to be represented. If it concerns of those sector particularly, so they have to be at the table, at the negotiation table, and talk on behalf of themselves. So we are actually promoting and advocating for direct representation, especially at the local level, at the level of municipality, because we also have several successes with municipality where our organization, they actually sign MOU, which basically equals to collective bargaining agreement at the enterprise level. So provision also of stimulus packages for informal traders as an economic recovery plan, and universal social protection and healthcare system, of course, with a big issue of having access to vaccination, especially at the current pandemic times, to ensure that no one is left behind. And of course, it's up to us to shape a new gender-responsive, normal, and new social state model towards achieving social justice and equality, considering, of course, all international existing instruments, such as ILO Convention 190, for example, on elimination violence and harassment in the world of work. Recommendation 2 on formalization of informal economy, which really is a good guidelines to provide step-by-step strategies how to really do a smooth transition from informal to formal economy without harm to those who are engaged in informal jobs. And of course, implementation of new urban agenda, which resonates with sustainable development goals, particularly number 11 on sustainable cities. So building and strengthening our relationship is also big need, and unity and solidarity among all, including trade unions, labor movements, feminist movements, or any like-minded organization or civil society organization is a really big need at the current stages. And as for key demands and recommendations from us, of course, they have to be built on key principles, which is no harm, in terms of no brutal evictions, no violence or harassment, and nothing for us without us, which means about inclusiveness. So that we have to be at the policy development process.
Perdón, tenemos que concluir, Oksana.
Yes, okay. As well as to participate in decision-making processes. So this is very important. And in intervention strategies with local governments especially, they have to be inclusive, transparent, simple, universally accessible, and non-discriminatory. So the main of our message is really to unite, to be in solidarity, to find proper solutions and to hear each other. Then we will overcome any crisis. Sorry for taking additional time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Oksana. Now we'll hear from the last speaker, Ana Biondi. She is a joint from the joint associate from the ILO, one of the main partners of the organization of this 5th World Forum on Local Economic Development. Anna, it's a long introduction for you, but I'll give the short version. You have a lot of experience and training in the representation field, but that's where, in the Italian Confederation of the Labor, that's where you started. She has experience and direct participation in NGOs that support directly to migrants. That's something that was pointed out by Sandra. And she's been deputy director of the Unions Association. Now in ILO, she is developing her activity, and she's going to talk about that perspective of the ILO.
Francisco, I will continue in English so that Oksana will not be alone. Let's see if you see me and if I can speak. I can hear myself. I see that you have a doubt, so you tell me if I can go. Okay. Okay. No, sorry, because I wasn't sure if you were able to see me and listen to me. But first of all, thank you very much for having me. Also, I want to thank Anita Morim and Roberto Di Meglio in the ILO that are usually the friends that work with this forum. It's an international, indeed, online forum, as we are going to have the International Labour Conference online for the first time in the over 100 years of the ILO history. Not always easy, but as Sandra, we saw that, electricity was a problem. We know that once we have a meeting all over the world, we need to consider the many places actually, we can create the problems for those that don't have the connection or even the electricity. And so we need to keep this in mind. I think that it's a forum like this where we bring together local governments, trade unions, employers, and other NGOs that really we can think about this. I'm starting, I don't want to give you numbers and I don't have a PowerPoint presentation, but let me just give you a number that follows from what Oksana was saying, and the fact that, in the report of the Director General to the ILC this year that you will be able to read soon, it says that in the first month of the pandemic, 60% of the global income of the informal workers was disappeared. So it was a humanitarian crisis, and I think that this crisis is particularly important for local governments because, you need to find solution. It's not something that you can send to some discussion. There are people that don't have an income, that, they are losing everything. They don't have access to medicine. So this is why we need to have, I would say, certainly global solutions. Many have said that, but to be able to be applied at the local level. And many of you have already said how, the fracture of inequalities have already grown. It's something that we have come more and more about to discuss, but it is, how do we find? So the first thing is to make sure that, of course, we need the international and national answers, but we need fiscal space. We need fiscal space for the local governments in order to support also local development cooperatives. Indeed, Oksana was talking about the social and solidarity economy. Next year, it will be a topic for the ILC. We need to rethink our model of development, education, health, care, sustainable infrastructure. Let's not think with a capitalist idea in mind of the maximum profit for few, but let's think of this as real, services and fruition for all the people. The unions are certainly changing and thinking about that. And it was interesting to hear the different perspective from Carmen before to Jose. The idea, when Sandra said, it's not enough to have only the tripartite dialogue. Well, I would say it is true, but let's not throw away the tripartite dialogue. Through the tripartite dialogue, for example, at the ILO, we have had those conventions that Oksana was mentioning. So let's strengthen the social dialogue and enlarge the civic dialogue at local level, by all means, with all the actors that are there. I think the unions are doing this. We have worked together exactly with many NGOs, for example, in the ILO to have these standards. But also we need to address the main changes that already in the ILO we looked at the centenary with the centenary declaration. Certainly the shift, the unions have been facing a weakening from, for example, from the manufacturing jobs to the service. There are less union jobs. I'm happy to hear from Natalio that even in services in Argentina, there is a strong social dialogue, there is collective bargaining, but let's face this, many services jobs are facing what somebody already mentioned, precarious work, low wages, and working time that is just decided by the employer. This need requires legislation, stronger legislation to fill a gap. We have this change of, if you want, of the ecological change, the just transition. Again, we need to be everybody around the table to think of solutions that are not simply putting a little green adjective before the things, but rethinking which kind of model. And this is why I think this forum is so important, especially having mayors like yourself, Francisco, in this discussion. And then I would say also all the technological change. When the unions are discussing, for example, the data of workers that shouldn't be just handled by employers, and I'm not talking only about the big multinational. In general terms, the transitional of technology, my challenge also to the local governments is to say, you have the same challenge. The data of the local government needs to belong, and in general to the government, need to be public data, need to be owned by the public, by the public government. So I think that we really need to rethink completely the legislation for all these topics that are changing the world of work, have already changed. The world of work, of course, has changed always, since before the 100 years that the ILO was established. So I think that the unions are rethinking through solidarity a way of going further. In the next 4 minutes, if I have them, I will say a few things about that. But, the message is please, let's really create these coalitions with forward-looking solution, including with the employers, as you said before. Thank you.
Muy bien.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you for your presentation. They're telling me that we're running out of time, but we could use some time. Just one thing, just 30 seconds each, just to highlight on probably some things that been left out or something you'd like to highlight. Carmen? Just a headline. This crisis cannot be afforded only or paid by the workers. We need to have at the center human rights, and we need to invest in the public sector because this will lead to more equality. We need to have equality to face such a difficult, complicated crisis, and that we can do it. We can actually overcome this situation, this crisis. Thank you, Carmen. Natalio, without a doubt, what I heard today, and being the only representative of the business sector, has been really interesting. Synergy between the public and private sectors is key. To continue with the dialogue is significant, but we need to think that private activity is the only one that has the capacity to create the wealth so that countries can overcome poverty standards such as the ones we are facing in Argentina. So in some sectors, workers and the business sectors will not be able to come up with a solution alone. The world has changed, as Carmen said. It's not the same, and it will not be the same in the future. So we need to adapt. All of us, we need to adapt, and we need to find some concession. There has to be a win-win so that all sectors win. Through dialogue and comprehension. We cannot do this through force or coercion or through restrictive measures. I insist. More and more companies having more workers, well-paid workers, and protected in the Argentine Chamber of Commerce and Services. We say that the money, the pocket money that workers receive is really sacred. And this actually has an impact on consumption, and this, creates a circle. And many countries, and in our country, there's a heavy taxes. So we need to find standards or regulations that are reasonable so that the private sector or private activity can be carried out and, on a normal basis, and more jobs can be created. Thank you, Natalio. The only representative of the business sector, this sector was really well represented by you. Thank you. Sandra Ramos. Your microphone, Sandra. So what is the development we're after? So we want a comprehensive development with social inclusion and at the heart, human rights for everyone. Globalization of workers' rights is still remains a big challenge. Only workers that use their hands to create wealth. It is the workers with their hands that actually create wealth. Of course, the businesses were capitals, but these capitals are actually moved and fostered by workers. So we demand better redistribution of the wealth. It's not that we are actually removing or taking away the capital, but we want this capital to become, the source for human rights, for legislations. So the agreement 190 has not been ratified in Latin America because all of the regional business people that are organized in a regional chamber agreed. And so this actually prevented this agreement from being ratified. The freedom of unions and organization is paramount. Just as employers organized at international levels, why not workers and employees? They have the right to organize. If we want to have social dialogue, we cannot have a three-party dialogue if we don't have, if workers' rights are not protected, because workers is just one more leg of the system. And workers do not have the wealth, but they produce the wealth. So the development of production forces and capacities is still a challenge. We cannot continue, we cannot allow or to have, poor jobs. The quality of education is also key, particularly for Central American women, because women are still in poor working conditions. A worker just told me some time ago, we are here in Nicaragua to actually overcome poverty. So we need to rethink, as Biondi said, we need to rethink the economic model. We need to rethink the economic model, and this is the challenge we're facing, how we transform this reality that has been uncovered by the pandemics. One more minute. Thank you for your participation. Ana, 20 seconds.
A wonderful exchange, lots of ideas. We need to come together. There are a lot. The title of this topic was, this discussion was the labor movement facing the challenges. There are those who say that trade unions are over, are past of the old, of the last century. They will not, they are not needed in the new age. I think they are needed more now than before. As Sandra said, we just need to find a different ways. I think that Carmen, Jose, Sandra, Oksana, everybody is trying to show there is a way, and with Natalia we can always get a collective agreements because we are reasonable people and think we'll always think like that. The ILO is there to support all these efforts. Thank you very much, Francisco.
Bien, me vais a perdonar, Oksana y José.
Oksana and Jose, I'm so sorry. Jose, 10 seconds. In our country, dialogue will be effective as long as the state plays its role. And the need from the strategic point of view, the workers of popular economy, I think it's essential to transition to formal economy together with, and finally, expectations. On the one hand, what Pope Francis has said about popular movements and the speech by Mr. President Biden encouraging the protection of unions, which actually we'll see how this translates in the future, but I think it's quite positive. Thank you. So I need to wrap up, otherwise they will not let me join the 6th edition of the forum. Thank you. Thank you very much for your participation. Your considerations, your viewpoints are really, really important. You have actually agreed from to the thematic line of the forum. Searching for common welfare is actually what summarizes this panel. Thank you very much for your participation. And I expect everybody who is listening to us found this very, very fruitful. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you to all of those who participated in this plenary session. Now we'll have a short break, but before, I'd like to mention that in a few minutes you'll have the simultaneous session. Let us remind you that it's starting in a few minutes. The workshop organized by the ILO, the ADEC, and the City of Córdoba. Digital transformation and the world of the future of work, with Eligio Caliche from Uruguay, Verdugo from Chile, Vergara from Argentina. I'll invite you and to all of those who are following us on different social media to participate of what's coming and to discover a little bit more about Córdoba Productive Center. And we are here streaming live. Córdoba, the literate one, that's how we know it. This is where the first university in Argentina was born, the second one in America, in the Americas. Creators, artists, students, makers and dreamers. Today, Córdoba is an innovative pole and technology pole hub with great potential. The IDB qualified us as emerging city. Faithful to our background, we believe in continuous training, access to innovation and technology as a circular economy access in our city. We are going to give education and making a new project for learning skills and learning techniques to implement in our schools. An innovative city and creative city that is at the avant-garde of public administration online. Since 1997, we have the first entrepreneurial incubator, and we have a lab to foster Córdoba Resilient 2021. Today, more than ever, we know who we are and where we're going. Together, we can make it. Córdoba, capital city, all the opportunities, one single destination. Today, we want to introduce you to our green centers. These are spaces in the city where we practice a change in paradigm. A space where we leave aside the linear economy to give way to the circular economy. Neighbors from our city separate trash in our cities, and part of that trash reaches our green centers, where the recovery team separate them and prepare them to compact them. We work with green impact companies. We give them material for them to complete the circular economy process and to make of Córdoba the sustainable city that we all want and that we all deserve. Neighbors, the state, the private sector, we should all work together to change this paradigm that leads us to a sustainable environment and a living environment for the years to come. These green centers must be the first spaces that we support. Córdoba works and services.
Late como un corazón. Late como el corazón de la Argentina. Córdoba late. Palpita al ritmo de su liderazgo. Con la fuerza de sus clústeres, de sus industrias y el desarrollo de nuevas tecnologías. Late a partir de su acervo cultural, su calidad educativa y su economía del conocimiento, nutriéndose de sus universidades y sus profesionales, así como de la diversidad, la igualdad y la inclusión, interrelacionando trabajo y crecimiento en una dinámica de economía circular y comunitaria. Palpita y en cada latido proyecta el crecimiento al compás de una industria pujante, innovadora y creativa. La industria tradicional y la de base tecnológica. La gastronomía, el turismo, la cultura, el esparcimiento, el polo audiovisual, la industria aeronáutica, la comercialización, la logística, la comunicación, la construcción. Late con el latido de cada emprendedor, de cada hacedor. Es el latido del corazón de la Argentina, desde donde parten las rutas, hacia donde llegan los caminos. Porque el potencial de Córdoba no tiene límites. Y desde su lugar estratégico atrae miradas, proyectos y sueños. En un contexto ambiental que favorece una mejor calidad de vida. A pocos minutos de un entorno natural digno de un paraíso. Córdoba late. Y en cada latido proyecta el crecimiento de toda una ciudad, de toda una provincia, de toda una nación. Córdoba productiva. Córdoba productiva.
Welcome back. We hope you're enjoying this live stream. We'll now continue with a different thematic line. The territorial ecosystems. Let's have a look at the presentation. Territorial ecosystems, exchange of knowledge and link with the academia, research centers, businesses, and civil society. This is the topic for this next set of presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, this panel is organized by the government of the provincial government and Francisco Tamarin, who is the former president of the University of Córdoba, Mr. Di Paolo, who's the vice president of the technological cluster of Córdoba, Denise from Colombia, who has vast experience in management, academics, and consulting. She is a member of the expert network of experts from Colombia in international relations. Welcome, Denise from Colombia. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. from Bogota, Colombia, and also greetings to all of our listeners and the panel members. I'd like to welcome all of the panel members from different parts of the world. I'd like to thank the organizing committee and the organizers of this forum, the province, the government of the province of Cordoba, ADEC. This panel today, the main goal is to foster discussions on strategies and integration models regarding social ecosystems at the regional and local territories. So it's very important to share lessons learned and best practices as regards territorial ecosystems. We have let's remember that innovation ecosystems are made up of dynamic networks of players at a regional level, and these ecosystems are built on cooperation, trust, social cohesion, and co-creation of values by these players. Let's also remember that social impacts and economic impacts brought by the COVID-19 crisis demands further efforts and ecosystems that are capable of creating synergies between these stakeholders. Therefore, a link with the research centers, universities, and social institutions, civil society organizations and businesses is paramount to be able to develop knowledge and good practices, local territorial good practices. And for this, it is fundamental to incorporate innovation to strengthen governance. This is, broadly speaking, what this panel will be addressing. We have 4 different guests from different parts of the world. First, Sojata Rajasegarane from La Reunion, Africa. She is a doctor in ecology from the University of Paul Sabatier. She is an expert in ecosystems, biological control, and ocean isles. She works for the UFM in La Reunion Island, and she is the professor and researcher at the biological laboratory at the University of La Reunion. And currently, she is the director of energy and circular economy at the Circular Committee. And from Cordoba, Argentina, Francisco Tamarit. Francisco is a BS in physics. She's a professor at the School of Mathematics and Astronomy from the University of Cordoba. He is the main researcher at CONICET. He is the director of CONICET, and he is the general coordinator of the regional conference of UNESCO for Latin America and the Caribbean. He is a specialist in artificial intelligence, automatic learning, science, data science, and complex systems. Here with us today, Miguel from Zaragoza, Spain. Miguel is an officer from the city local government. He is a BA in history. He has a PhD in cultural management. He is currently a general coordinator of the Association of Zaragoza and its region. And Blanca Torrencruz from Cordoba, Spain. Blanca is BA in, she is an expert in foreign trade, and She holds a degree in business, family businesses and business management. And currently, she is the vice mayor of Cordoba government. And she's in charge of innovation, the innovation department of that city government. Finally, another guest speaker, Nahuel Di Paolo. Nahuel holds a degree in business. He is a technological entrepreneur. He is an active participant in the Cordoba Technological Cluster. He was the president of the Cordoba Cluster that gathers IT companies. He has represented the Cordoba Technological Center in different missions organized by the provincial government. And in 2020, he was the president of the committee of the cluster. Nahuel from Cordoba, Argentina. Welcome, and thank you for your participation. Let me tell you a little about how the panel works. There will be two presentation rounds, 5 minutes each. After this, some questions and answers. Time for questions and answers. Let's begin with the first round.
First, I'd like for the panelists to share with all of us their ideas, their thoughts, their insights, their knowledge, their experiences about what we call the territorial ecosystems. So let's begin with Sujata Regasetaran from Africa. Go ahead, Sujata.
Oui, bonjour à tous. Donc, je vais vous présenter.
Welcome, everybody. I'll present to you the sections of the region in France, La Réunion. My talk will have 3 parts: innovation, economy, and research. The Regional Council of La Réunion fosters the conditions of circular economy. It's about having an impact and adapting local companies and preserving the jobs and allowing them a value proposal. These companies work thanks to the European funds that we receive. There is an aiding device that reduces the unevenness, the inequality in companies. The European Fund for the Regional Development for the next program is going to allow us to put into practice the very important financial instruments. With regards to these conditions, we try to sustain the economic world and consolidate the structure of most companies, and to work with tools such as the SBS to support and add value to companies and to ensure reception of these companies and their projects. More particularly, this council develops strategies to accompany companies that are affected due to the crisis. We also want to focus the missions of the councillor chambers to support the small companies and to make it easier for them to access to these aiding funds and to relaunch themselves into the regional market. So the regional councils must work on the financial projects and adding value to the proximity shops and stores. The goal of these aiding funds is to develop local economies, to reinforce the mutual tools, regional tools, and to develop the regional economies in solidarity and that allows us to add value to the skills of the state and the stakeholders of these companies. In other way, we want to help them be seen internationally, to be exposed more internationally. In terms of social economy, we want to have a favorable environment for the creation and the growth of cooperatives. The region also allows us to articulate the economic development and the social cohesion because the region works on the practices of measures that are very important and responsible so that companies achieve their goals. We also want to sustain the feasibility of regional companies, and in order to do so, we have funds such as the Sectorial Sustainable Fund or support funds that are offered by La Reunión, the European funds that I talked to you about before, that would allow us to create and to implement measures for these companies' development, and that would allow them to take loans and reinforce investment in these companies. With regards to innovation and research, the region allows us to accompany and support these stakeholders and to favor the startup of the economy, to support, for instance, tourism, redefine and adapt the services to the current context. It's also about working with the production hub supported by technology. It's also about financing innovative projects in our companies, and that's why we have investment programs in La Reunión. The region really accompanies these processes that look for territorial resilience. In terms of education, La Reunión allows training professors so that they can go into the labor market. We also help on higher education. We have partnerships with universities and other higher education institutions. In terms of research, we have a lot of challenges currently, but we have specific support through bonuses and aids. Thank you for the time you gave me. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for sharing that. Now we'll hear from Francisco Tamarit. Thank you, Denise. Thanks to the organizing committee for this opportunity for me. I'm very happy to share some ideas after having the chance to be the dean of the university, director of CONICET, and having coordinated the UNESCO Regional Forum. I hear an echo. I don't know if it's my problem. Sorry about that. I'd like to start by saying that it's very important to talk about the territorial local development, especially the issue of innovation. Somebody has the mic on, and I hear a lot of echo. Thank you. Can you turn them off? I'd like to start by saying
Esperen un poquito que tengo problemas de audio.
Sorry, I'm having some issues with my audio.
Planteando la necesidad de que pongamos en cuestión la idea de...
So let's talk about the development point in the debates, at least in Latin America and the Caribbean. The idea is that we still have this concept, development concept, that for our region, that we depend so much from the north. And these kind of issues that have been going on for more than 50 years have promoted the construction of this innovation, and they have not only mean a migration of our human resources in our region to the countries where they should have helped us. And so I like to say that we need to think about, what do we talk about when we talk about territory? Now, in information technology, we think that articulation that we're looking for among the territories cannot be considered in terms of neighbors, geographic neighbors. So we have to build it in terms of networks until we reach that global scale that our region, as you know, is deeply disadvantaged by. We are quite behind in terms of innovation, and if we don't approach these social problems also from a collaborative point of view, innovative point of view, and with solidarity, I don't think the region will have a future to prosper. This idea that we should start discussing a new concept of development, a new concept of what it is for us to have a good living, has as a goal to build as many other regions to it, to work on a virtuous block, a comprehensive block that would make a much fairer society. An example that is great is the European Union. After many wars and hatred and fights, they were able to build with the academia to overcome those sad historical milestones that would bring the communities together and society together. Nahuel will tell you later the experience that we are doing in Córdoba, and I'd like to highlight how important it is in a moment that we have two great challenges. On the one hand, COVID-19. COVID is going to leave our region in much worse conditions than we started it with. And this will mean that we will have to work together, work innovatively, the academia, the civil society, and the private sector. We also have to think about these disruptive technologies. If we don't organize ourselves, if we don't work together, these disruptive technologies will have historical moments in history without leaving anything behind. So we need to articulate, as Latin America and the Caribbean, a regional outlook that would help us have a harmonious pass through these very difficult times. Thank you. Thank you for your insights. Now I'll give the floor to Miguel Zarzuela. Thank you, Denise. Dear friends, it's a pleasure to be here in this 5th World Forum of Economic Development, Local Economic Development. I represent Zaragoza City, and Zaragoza right now has the presidency of the CIDEO presidency. It's another microcosmos within these situations that we're undergoing. And to tell Francisco just that, well, not everything that shines is gold. In Europe, we also have our complex situations and conflict and contradiction situations, but we love the capacity of innovation and creativity that you have in your territories as well in the Americas. But it's normal, right? I mean, to have all of them together. The ecosystems in these countries, in these regions and cities, are all the challenges of the 21st century, not because they are formal challenges, but abstract challenges, but it's because they are a reality and a need to fight against in this era of innovation. territories need to understand and find the stakeholders, find interrelations, and work collectively. We could say that nowadays there is not a single company, a single administration that is capable of having by itself all the skills needed to add value to this new complex situation. We need to add people, to add stakeholders, to find the ecosystems. Sometimes even without having said or talked about them, they already existed. But nowadays they're more evident, they're more exposed, and we are defining them in a more academic way. So the most complex thing, according to the complex systems that the Francisco is a specialist of, I think this is a world that we are here, we are living in this way. So in order to have this public-private cooperation, social and academia, is the most difficult result that we have proposed to ourselves. And for them, sharing data and sharing tools of IT is important. For Zaragoza, I will only say that we have a small digital innovative ecosystem. It has, I'm going to center only on this, but it has others, where the strategies for them is to create an entrepreneurial ecosystem or group. It's called Etopia. Etopia is an art and technology center that is related to a foundation, and it has three sub-ecosystems: Zaragoza, Ecoactive, and then Terminal, and 100. I'm only going to talk about these three proposals because then in the second part of my speech I'll talk about Agropolis and the biggest challenge that we would have at territorial level in the world. The Art and Technology Center Utopia, it has more than 16,000 square meters, contemporary art, training, idea lab, entrepreneurial incubators that promotes culture of innovation, where we talk about spaces to learn, test, tell, see, and share. This utopia that is related to Terminal and 100, the other two parts, we look for innovations of intelligent smart cities, creating content for the new technical support, and experimenting on practical information on free technologies and digital training and creative training. It has the other two parts, the Terminal, where they're managed by a private consultant and by a financial organization from our region. It's born with the idea of being the main ideas accelerator in Zaragoza. And the priority points are internet, art and technology, video games, new cultural industries, smart cities, etc. And that's an incubation process and generation process that is complemented with the CIEN, the initiatives center, where they are incubators. They generate startups with impact on the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. They measured social impact, environmental impact, and economic impact. All of that tells us that we want to be a dynamic engine of the economic activity. Professionals and organizations, citizens, attracting talent, developing economy with the challenges in the digital era, and working on that triple focus. Thank you.
Thank you, Miguel, for your presentation. We'll give the floor to Blanca Torrencruz. Thank you, Denise. Thank you, Cordoba, Argentina. From Cordoba, Spain. I'm glad to be here with you. My presentation is quite local, but then if we bring it to our own realities, we'll find a lot of synergies. From Cordoba, Spain, territories are spaces where people live and enjoy vital activities. From the local level, the possibilities that people can have to get in contact with the music, with the traditions, with the food, we're privileged to seek for a place that has equality and that has access to technology to all the people. So it is important for us training. So from an IT sector, without this, wouldn't have the necessary help or contribution. But so Cordoba, Spain is, this is based on the agribusiness, logistics, and touristic sectors. Each of these sectors, the IT sectors facilitate communication and contribute to local development, not only providing connectivity and access to connectivity, but also helping in terms of collaboration. They also provide solutions so that our cities become more helpful. The agribusiness is one of the most important sectors. It is the economic driver that makes Cordoba sustainable. I always say that Cordoba is within reach of anybody in the world, any citizen of the world, because the wines, the olives, everything is present. If we're almost, it's time for lunch. As regards logistics, we have different communications. That is the different traditions and cultures that come together. So we're positioned, or we play an important role in terms of communication. And tourism. Tourism is really key. There are many types of tourism. For example, the food tourism, congresses, or accessibility, because we also need to talk about tourism of accessibility. We would really like you to come and visit us. We are versatility, we are innovation. Our businesses stop thinking about being the best in the world. Our businesses are the best for the world. We have a digital, sustainable economy, human economy. We've never been so aware of this. We believe that midterm vision is actually key to success, and this helps mitigate economic issues. That's why I'd like to stand up for territories. Cordoba is what it is by itself because of the region and the country where it's located. Thank you. Thank you, Blanca. We'll now give the floor to Nahuel Di Paola from Cordoba, Argentina. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank the organizing committee and the EDEC team. I know how hard they've been working to put together this forum. I will give you a brief presentation. Let me share my screen. based on the previous excellent previous presentations, I will avoid all of the territorial explanations. I will go directly into an experience we have developed here in Cordoba regarding the link between universities and the private sector. This experience is called NODO. It's an industry scientific collaboration for research and development of artificial intelligence. And this arose, or this was the result of the vision between the technological cluster, the vice president, that represents 300 companies, 300 members, and universities as well, 14,000 people employed in the technological sector, over 600 million US dollars exports as well. And we found in 2017, we identified that after several visits we carried out, we visited different technological centers, we identified that we were a big provided worldwide for services, but we did not have as many products to export to the world. So we got together with the School of Mathematics, Astronomy, Physics, and IT, FAMAF, and the IT Center, the High Performance Computing Center. So we linked all of the institutions, the technological cluster, the universities, and the HP Computing Center. And so we wanted to focus on a high impact technology worldwide, such as artificial technology, and to co-develop, co-create innovative solutions based on artificial intelligence cooperation between the public sector and the universities to contribute to the growth of the software industry, and also to link technological innovation to create a space of trust in 2021 to actually empower this link. Then we had the participation of the Ministry of Science and Technology to provide the vision of the private sector as a very important vision to develop the project. We worked on three main pillars: a collaborative supercomputer to focus on training and technological linkage. So these are the three pillars we focused on. The collaborative supercomputer, the objective was to have the appropriate technology in order to prove and test our artificial intelligence technology. You may know that AI demands a high performance and high level of, and these computers are about 5 to 10 better compared to other computers to be able to test this kind of technology. On the other hand, we needed to train people. There are very scarce resources for software development, and in 2018, 2021, we've made progress. I mean, we've been able to train a lot of people. We have some weakness to be able to meet the demand. We're working in this regard regarding technological linkage. The goal is to work actively among scientists and companies, and also the dissemination of training programs and funding programs. Finally, this collaboration is a joint effort between the private sector, public sector, and universities that step by step is yielding good results, and we're planning to project technology in Cordoba to the whole world. Thank you, Nahuel, for your presentation. So we'll continue with the first round. We all agree about the importance of territories, the synergies among the stakeholders to foster local and regional development. But in addition to this, how we could actually put these synergies into practice. The first question that comes to my mind is one of the questions that was made, someone from Lima, Ursula Zabaleta. How do you envision, or how the different interests, the different stakeholders can actually connect the public sector, private sector, universities to put these synergies into practice? So would like to know your views on how to strengthen the link among these players to be able to promote, to foster networks, cooperation networks, and so on. So we can begin then with your answers.
Oui, ben, en termes de comment, enfin, si je reformule la question, c'est de savoir.
In terms of cooperation, excuse me, we're having some problems with the audio. We're having some trouble with the audio, so we cannot translate.
Et je pense que ou un forum ou quelque chose comme ça, de façon à ce que les personnes puissent communiquer et acquérir les informations.
Thank you, Sujata. Let's continue with Francisco. Francisco, go ahead, please. Thank you, Denise. I'm convinced that these examples that we're all discussing have to, aside from creating trust and so on, I believe that they need to be funded by the states. In poor countries such as ours, we don't have the necessary resources, and these programs, usually come to an end, and we need to have the support between the academia and the private sectors and the public sectors, because our academic sectors are still weak in our regions. So we need to concentrate their resources. We need to share their resources. We need to devise specific strategic plans. We cannot involve all of the strategies. And the other thing, which I think is important, is that these local networks can actually link or connect with other networks, so that these processes become more sustainable. So we need to have more macro networks, innovative macro networks, in a very competitive world where countries such as the United States and China or Israel Canada, for example. So we need to come up with cooperation strategies that are very solid between the public, private, and the university sectors. Thank you, Francisco, for your insights. Miguel? Well, Propolis is an agency. It's an independent agency that has been operating for 24 years now. And we have the different administrations, 3 different governments, economic sectors, business sectors, social sectors, such as unions, for example, and the universities. And for 24 years, this group that actually is in charge of developing strategies has developed 4 strategic plans. The latter is not just one plan, it is the plan. It is more flexible, so we don't have, we are planning not to have a new project or a new program, but this is going to be the last one, but it is more flexible. So we have the participation of all of the sectors, and we have an analysis center. So every year we compare the different standards from the previous years, and also information from Europe and Spain. And so we can, if you want, we have all of the information available. We have some funding issues, some management issues, of course, but it's one of the options that, well, I bring up, I would like to share with you. Thank you, Miguel. Blanca? Can you hear me? These 3 players, society, university, and businesses, I think the most important thing as regards local territories is this connection, the link among these 3 areas or sectors. And so that changes can be made. And so we want to link talent and knowledge to our businesses. So if we are able to make this first step, we can move forward and we can develop networks, and we can continue strengthening. From Cordoba, Spain, we're working directly from the local administration with professional associations. We're connected to universities, but not only as regards knowledge, but we're also connecting with businesses so that our students can connect with the local business. Without this, we cannot talk about economic sustainability and development. This is the basis for having a sustainable development and equality. Thank you, Blanca. Nahuel? Thank you, Denise. I'd like to refer to 2 things, 2 main concepts. One, the supplementary skills and how these skills impact on territories. And what I mean is the activities that companies can carry out and what universities can do and governments can do. And in our case, based on our experience, this took place very nicely. We had to create the trust and reliability and all that, but supplementary skills are what companies can do, what businesses can do, the potential they have to identify a market, a product that, and also universities. Universities should identify how they can contribute with their scientific capabilities, their research capabilities, and the skills they have to develop human resources, which are so important as regards economy of knowledge. This is really, this can have a big impact on the territory, and then the whole society can benefit from this. So what we did was we could understand their strengths, the strengths of each of the sectors, what businesses can do, what universities can do and have to do, and then the public sector, so that they can help us in the development of the ecosystem and also to find funding.
Thank you very much, Noel. Very interesting ideas and insights from our panelists. Let's continue with the second round now. In this opportunity, we'd like to focus on the challenges that we have in the long and the mid run to promote and innovate regional and local ecosystems within this pandemic and the post-COVID situation. We'd like to know what your ideas are based on that. I propose that we start with Miguel, then Nahuel, Blanca, Francisco, and we'll end with Sujarta. Miguel, you're up. Thank you. I have to say that it was very hard for me to define how I was going to approach this, because in this pandemic situation, we are all under a situation where we analyze the present and not the future so much. And the present has only told me that there is no doubt that fighting against climate change is and will be one of the key engines in this moment. And it's going to affect all the territories and all the cities. And it's going to be one of the main axes for economic development and job creation and adaptation. And I'm saying that because the agency, the International Energy Agency, a few days ago has issued a report. We're talking about 10 days ago, a report that they explain a transformation without any precedents, and they're now preparing the 26th conference of the Convention of the UN in Glasgow for November. For the first time, that is taking the world to go through that path, and it will require incredible political changes backed up by the international organizations. And they not only give this guideline that we've all recognized, but it's also telling us which is the right way to go. It's like a roadmap with more than 400 milestones. And as of today, no investment will be made with fossil fuels, with carbon plans. In 2025, there will be no more cars that will use conventional oil. And I think that's what we have in our territory, goal 0 for 2050. And it means several tools, not zero emissions, but to get green energy to promote that type of zero emissions and those conditions. So that will also mean that there will be a lot of investment and research from all the companies, because as they said, they're not only going to set a very strict roadmap and milestones a long time, but the companies themselves will see that that's where the big market niches will and job creation niches will be. So the social economic differences around the world make it impossible for everybody to go looking for those goals when there are so many others that are much more necessary in our world. But in any case, I wanted to give you a reference to what's happening here. In Zaragoza, where we are of course talking about a series of changes so that all the vehicle fleets, transportation, or the city fleets and company fleets are electrical cars, where we have a plan to create solar panels for roofings in the urban places around the world. Zaragoza is one of the cities with the greatest expansion in Spain, and it's the capital of one of the regions that is vast, but also without a lot of population. So we need to have a great production capacity of green energy. Right now, we have more production than we can use in our autonomous community. And I'd like to end with an invitation. It's called the Zaragoza Forest, the biggest environmental project in the Zaragoza area. It will be in all the parks around Zaragoza, more than 1,200 hectares, and they want to plant more than 700,000 trees in the next 10 years. 700,000 people are the ones living in Zaragoza, so the 700 trees are the ones that are going to be planted. They will be planted in the long run by regulating the carbon cycle, so we will have the neutral climate and reduce the acoustic atmospheric dangers, and to improve people's health. So all in all, it could be maybe a letter to Santa Claus that we're issuing, but it's being done with our NGOs and companies. And so that will ensure success, we hope, and we will have a greener city, a better territory, and better offer of green energies for everybody. Thank you so much, Miguel. Now we'll hear from Nahuel. Okay. I agree with Miguel that it was not easy to think about a proposal of the sort, but I'll take something that you said at the beginning, Denise. You mentioned something about employment, the problem with young people and young people getting a job, how we can overcome in this pandemic their labor future. These ecosystems, despite all the goals that they may have, they need to focus in creating jobs about technology, around technology. We think that there is a high demand of new human resources to work in the sector. I can give you a few numbers for the province of Córdoba. We know that according to our ITC monitor, in the technology cluster, companies tell us that if we had 3,000 resources available for projects, they would hire them for projects. And in AI, that's exactly what's happening. But regardless of the need of resources to cover that demand, to respond to that demand, the need specifically will produce the need to reinvent work. And introducing these ITCs, these new technologies in the industrial processes, for instance, we know that it will eventually replace resources. So we have to reinvent the resources. And these ecosystems need to be thinking not only about getting the resources to answer to the demand, to respond to the demand, but also to know how they're going to transform, reinvent the labor force, the workforce, to decrease the negative impact of the introduction of these new technologies. So I want to believe that one ecosystem with these characteristics could be like a hub to concentrate those ideas, those initiatives, a catalyst of those ideas that would be that would come up in these ecosystems, and a public-private alliance. This alliance that will make innovation and joint collaboration for the impact to be more successful in social terms for each and every one of us who live in this society and in all the social system that we inhabit. So I believe that the AI ecosystem, the one I came to talk about, has to have those specific goals. Thank you very much, Nahuel, for your ideas. Blanca, now you have the floor. Sorry, for me, it's very hard to listen to you. From the perspective of the territorial post-COVID situations, I think everybody around the world is confined now, and that situation has paralyzed the economy without any precedence in the modern era. This situation has led us to a change, and I believe that from our cities, we've had the possibility, the alternative to discover the territorial side. Before the pandemic, we said, okay, we need to rest, we need to get out and get out of our comfort zone, but now we have rediscovered the potentiality of our territories. And what we found is that we have started to give importance to the place where we're living, the possibility of telecommuting, and we want to find out about our neighbors, about our city, but it also strengthens differences. Technology is not at the reach of everybody's hands, and the loss of jobs has led that our savings have already disappeared almost completely, with the possibility of hiring that is going down. And in these situations, recycling our knowledge is important. We have to increase the span of employability. The distance is that telecommuting does not make the transference of knowledge and the co-creation, the need of co-creation, disappear, but they are absolutely important parts to survive. So has my city changed in the search of a new model? From Cordoba, Spain, do we see the challenge of an opportunity, or is it a struggle and a big threat generating more inequality after COVID-19? From the city of Cordoba, Spain, we are developing several actions. One part is key. We need to bring together the local administrations and all the economic systems. From the professional associations, we have direct cooperation with the needs of our citizens. Through the economic poles or hubs, we want to prevail the heart of our company, to take specific training that each one of our companies need inside of their stores, and individually what makes the maturity of our business, which is the basic need for strengthening our professional and entrepreneurial network. So social companies need to favor people to have the same creative and strengthening opportunities. At the end, everything revolves around offering direct jobs to our people. We don't need to have a pandemic to find ourselves in this situation. We need to have everybody's responsibility and commitment with everybody, but God bless if it's in the production sector. If we add a local administration to the synergy that we need to join the present and a future that is actually for the advances, then we'll get sustainability and the perfect territorialism that we understand it. How is it possible to promote innovation in the territory? By giving visibility to the company. Among its practices, it's there, but it's the support of the administration by direct help to the entrepreneurs, and with the idea of potentiating the coordination for the synergies generation, so that we reactivate the economy in this current pandemic situation. We need less finances, because all it does is more indebtedness that we don't want. It's the way we need to work with the local help and regional help and national help. If the three do not dance together, we cannot achieve the goals that we have in the time that we have set for that.
Thank you, Blanca, for your insights. Now, Francisco. Thank you, Denise. COVID-19 crisis weakens or strengthens actually inequalities and all of the problems we were facing already. And this has to do with poor management. And this, we need to reconsider this globally. And from the academic sector, we are co-responsible because we need to include in our agendas or curricula these issues that have to do with the impact of our management on the environment. In post-pandemics, together with the territories, we can devise a strategic plan that would allow us to come up with a set of issues so we can coordinate actions from the public sector, private sector, and the academic sector, because the pandemics will leave even higher standards of poverty. So we need to be able to work together to mitigate these problems. So based on this, the inclusion of human rights. Now, we talked about the world of the working conditions and how disruptive technologies are affecting the working environments. From the academic sectors, we need to be aware of this. We need to focus on finding joint matters, joint approaches. Today, just as the first industrial revolution, raw material was charcoal. Today, the raw material is data. And I see that Asia, North America, and Europe have created agencies to regulate data management because this leads to a lot of ethical issues. And this is my experience in Latin America and the Caribbean. We need to address this fourth revolution challenges and the possible consequences we can have, advantages and disadvantages. We need to address them all together. I find many similarities between a nuclear energy development last century and what is happening this year. The nuclear energy became a geographical strategic issue. And just a few agents, state agencies, and this is what we see today. I mean, some regions have decided to address these issues together. They have creating documents, agencies, proper diagnosis. And I believe as a region from Mexico southwards, south, we need to develop a strategic vision together with Spain. We could create other kinds of dialogue, and I believe what is essential to create a closer link with Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean. This is really key because our conditions are quite similar, and if we work separately, then we go unnoticed. But if we join our efforts, if we could come up with a common strategy with Africa, for example, this could make our regional development more successful. We're having a conference, the World Conference, at the beginning of next year. And so it's incredible to see the similarities between Latin America and some parts of Europe, but these kind of links, south-south link, are totally absent from the international cooperation agenda of our nations. So we are convinced that the only foreseeable future is to have a North-South cooperation. So we need to begin to think that no one will take care of the issues we're facing. We need to address them ourselves with the knowledge that is developed from our own territories. Thank you, Francisco. Sujata. We're having some technical difficulties, so we cannot translate Sujata's speech. It is about working in a cooperative and collaborative way. In the post-COVID time, the region launched a regional consultation program so as to be able to provide essential services to the island inhabitants. Also providing support to regional economies after the pandemics, specifically support funds or solidarity funds that we launched together with France under a solidarity council, and also together with the support of from banks. It's a regional fund so as to support SMEs and having access to loans and digital access so that these SMEs can incorporate tools, digital technology tools. The society was not prepared for this crisis, so to be able to accompany, to support society in the digital transition, providing recommendations to address, for example, data protection issues, online data, the devices, the tools that I mentioned before are important, but alongside we created also a council that links the private and public sectors, because we need to, they need to work together, but they also linked with other organizations, international organizations. It's very important to work with companies, businesses, to face this crisis. La Región also worked on different programs to make different healthcare products, for example, available. And we also provided support to associations, food banks, so they can actually, to support them in transporting goods and food. So we put together different systems or mechanisms to support these agencies. To summarize, we should say that workers are the weakest chain, the weakest part of the society. So this is why we put together all of this system in place. After the pandemics, it's going to be very important to develop energy autonomy. So that we become resilient. As resilient as possible, in terms of energy sustainability. That's all. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Sujata. In the second round, we'll listen to the panel presentations. Just a final question. I'd like to have your views because they're running out of time. We have 10 minutes only. After listening to your presentations, I believe that even though national financial aids are key to promote territorial ecosystems, what do you think would be, how could these territorial ecosystems be implemented specifically in small territories? Because even though these small territories have their own capabilities, oftentimes they feel they don't have financial resources or technical resources to embark on these processes. So this is what I'd like to hear from you. How do you think what other methods could be implemented in small territory? Let's begin with Miguel. In Spain, we had associations representing populations, low income or populations, and we belong, our territory is quite large, over 700 local governments, so with 1,000, 2,000 inhabitants, so we're really aware of the situation. So there are very low levels, so the most difficult thing is to have services so that the population can have equal access to services. So we need to, for example, internet connection and access to internet that is available to everyone, and also situations in which small populations have their own values. They need to have at least medical assistance, regulated educational assistance, and transportation, so people can actually have a comfortable life and can have access to other closer cities to be able to meet their needs. Thank you, Miguel. Nahuel. Just to go a little deeper in terms of what Miguel said, from the technological cluster, oftentimes a mayor calls us and asks us because they want to foster the economy of knowledge, and they want to create, for example, a center, to develop a center with this such and such infrastructure. And what we see often, which are the resources, the human resources do you have? This is what we ask them, to be able to develop the ecosystem. So what small territories need to do is to focus on training their human resources. So once they are trained, then they can invest on the infrastructure and the buildings and so on. Of course, the internet connection and all that is essential to be able to provide services to companies or anybody else. So besides investment and how to get the funding, we need to orient them to, first of all, training human resources, other than investment. So focusing first on training rather than investment on infrastructure. Thank you, Nahuel. Blanca? I agree with Nahuel and Miguel. I agree with you, Nahuel, what you said about human resources, but our problem here in Spain to be able to attract human resources and so they can populate these small territories. We need to provide all of the technology and all of the inputs that are necessary. We need to work also on culture and education because these are the values that we need to foster and to actually because these territories need circular economy, sustainability. The young people have this, but they are usually they leave these territories and they go to the large cities. So we need to actually educate our the younger population. Francisco, I agree with everyone. I believe this should be, the priority is to empower smaller territories, particularly in a time where large cities continue growing. And as Blanca said, we have the tools to foster local development of small communities. Or today, IT and everything we learned out of the pandemics, these hybrid education methods, this should allow us to foster. We could actually have younger workers move to the smaller territories, so they can actually, they can find, or probably they are to offer younger populations a different kind of lifestyles, the lifestyle that they would actually get in smaller territories. Because what we get in large cities, we have all of the systems, social, economic systems are really difficult to plan and manage. So as part of this synergy between the public and private and university sectors, we need to, our priority is to foster these smaller territories because they are actually the solution to many of our problems. Thank you, Francisco.
Sujarta, please. I completely agree with everything that has been said by the different speakers. For the small territories, it is actually very important to get benefited from a technology such as territorial engineering that is not present in these territories. We can also support ourselves on other territories to work cooperatively with larger territories to work on mutual services, mutual offers, etc. We can also work with the small territories so that they don't feel isolated and so as to attract more activities to these places, these faraway places, and promote economic development. In fact, some attractive things that we can do for industries, for smaller business enterprise or businessmen, and to give them a better development. That's it from here. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sujarta. Well, we have finished these 2 rounds of insights from our panelists and questions and answers. I have defined a few elements, key elements that are very, very interesting that our panelists have mentioned. So in 1 minute that I have to highlight those elements, those key elements in this beautiful debate. First of all, as it was mentioned by all of you, to promote the territorial ecosystems, it is very important to get the support, to give the support, the financial support to local economies, not only at local level, but also at international level. But this should also come from something that Nahuel mentioned, the skills, the complementary skills. In other words, to understand the potential that companies have and that universities can provide. What can, for instance, universities contribute with through research? I would add an additional element that has to do with social responsibility from the side of the universities. How are they responsible to train in terms of social projections and foster those synergies among all the development of the territorial stakeholders? Something important that was also mentioned and that has to do with territorial promotion is that it implies to keep on thinking about the development from the bottom up. And I bring about something that Francisco said. He mentioned that, in fact, we have to go beyond that speech that we've had for decades and decades, this idea that we depend on the North-South cooperation, and to go beyond and to foster new outlooks on development, to have something beyond that imaginary idea that we've had from the North and South cooperation. And of course, these new outlooks need to come hand in hand from the context of our territories, the specific contexts that in fact are very different at world level. And the need and the importance of promoting cooperation processes, territorial processes, but at the same time, regional cooperation processes to promote the alliances, the partnerships among the countries and the territories in Latin America and the Caribbean. As some of you mentioned also, thriving our relationships with Africa that are very important in this territorial context environment. And as many of you mentioned, clearly, the ecosystems are the challenges of the 21st century that, of course, imply developing projects that have a strong technological foundation. And from then on, to have many challenges of development ecosystems where there needs to be a lot of involvement from the young people on key aspects such as employment, internet, investment on human resources that you mentioned before. That is key, especially in these small territories or cities. And of course, something that was mentioned, and I think it's key, is this the local administration approaching the other stakeholders in development. So these local administrations should also become in the ones that articulate the synergies. But of course, apart from that, a basic pillar within the impulse of the territorial ecosystems is given by private investment, of course. And of course, we also have to consider that we need to articulate ourselves in view of the fact that we will have a post-COVID world, and we have to work together to mitigate all the harm that this pandemic has brought about, from the social perspective, from the economic perspective, looking for ways to partner. Last but not least, two key elements within this debate that some of you mentioned. First of all, to empower the smaller territories. That is a key, to empower smaller territories, and something that Sujata mentioned, to think about benefiting those smaller territories with technology. She talked about mutually working with other territories, to work with that partnership with cities, intermediate cities, so that they work and contribute with those smaller territories. That was a summary of many of the very interesting things that you've heard. Thank you so much to you all for your very interesting ideas. Nahuel, Francisco, Miguel, Sujata, Blanca, a fraternal hug from here from Colombia. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Denise. Thanks to all the panelists that were there. And now it's the moment to share some of the messages that we get from the social media. Yes, Maru, but first, we're going to share the presentation that has the Arch of Cordoba, a milestone that was built by some Croatian immigrants in Cordoba. Then we'll go see the messages. This is the Arch of Cordoba.
Y después de esas imágenes de uno de los monumentos.
And after those images of one of the most traditional milestones in our city, so you had to tell where you're seeing us from or writing to us from. Córdoba, Argentina, Zaragoza, Spain. Córdoba, Spain. Córdoba from the old Andalusia and from the new Andalusia. Right, from Buenos Aires, from Miami, Turin, many different places, Uruguay, Mexico, Peru, Arequipa, Paraguay. Thank you for this meeting from Paraguay, Murcia, Spain, Mexico City, Turin. Honestly, the world is connected in this 5th World Forum. Barcelona, Spain. Thank you for this, for your inputs and insights. And now, through social media, where we have been looking for people. Good morning, I follow you from Paraguay with an impeccable signal. Congratulations and happy forum. I'm Enrique Guerrero from the Development North Agency in Misiones, from Puerto Esperanza, Misiones, Argentina. Formosa, Argentina, also through the Entrepreneurial Development Agency. From the city of Tarrafal in Cape Verde, we give you a warm greeting. And Arnaldo Andrade in this forum. Good morning from the International Unit of the Regional Government of Antofagasta, Chile. Congratulations and all our success to Cordoba. Patricia from Cordoba, Southeast Educational Park. Good morning, Juan Manuel Moreno from the Acerca Agency in Chaco. Many different places in Argentina and around the world. And they are also uploading pictures. They're showing us how and where they're following us from. We see mate, we see some cups. So many people who follow us on social media, Augusto and Tori Flores from the COIS, Curva Works and Services, cleaning the landfill spaces for a more sustainable and cleaner city, with this idea that it is one of the axes of this forum, recycling and reusing our waste. From Balnearia, Córdoba, we also have Sergio watching us from social media, and we're going to show numbers. 128,000 are the reproductions that we're going to have currently through the live streaming in Spanish, only in Spanish. 128,000 people are watching, which is great for an event of this sort, and that it requires an impeccable organization among different countries in different continents, all grouped together in this World Forum on Local Economic Development. And this forum that is 100% virtual And again, would like to say that we are taking care with all this, with the pandemic, with all the protection, to take care of ourselves here, the ones that are working here in the studio. And we'll continue connected through Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. You can find us as the 5th World Forum on Local Economic Development. We're going to share now some of the images, and then we'll have a 10-minute break. But what we are going to see and enjoy in the images is from the Chacabuco Boulevard here in the city of Cordoba, and 4,500 meters of murals, the largest one in Argentina. We have it here in Cordoba, recently opened and recently painted, and we're going to share Juan Ingaramo's music, who has recorded in one of the most beautiful places, the Botanical Garden, with all the autochthonous flora in our capital city. Short break, and we'll come back for more.
Córdoba, ciudad de todas las culturas. Hoy contamos con el corredor de arte urbano y a cielo abierto más extenso de la Argentina. Sabemos que las industrias culturales son pilares de la transformación social y económica. Por eso, nuestra ciudad habla de géneros y derechos humanos, de infancias y juventudes, de biodiversidad.
Biodiversity, and we work to recover public spaces together with neighbors and artists to promote and value their art and historical value. We are really a hallmark in terms of art. We know who we are, we know where we're moving towards. Together, we set new roads. Cordoba, capital city, a municipality of Cordoba, a single destination. The spaces that artists chose for their art are for you. Cordoba has everything, so enjoy it.
Disparaste con la bala del vacío, completamente desconocido. Pensaba en lo que no dijimos, siento un pelo en la lengua, mi amor. Pelo en la lengua, mi amor. Oh, me dan ganas de llegar a tu infinito, de saber si eres la flor del principito. Dime una vuelta y te perdiste por todo lo que no dijimos. Siento un pelo en la lengua, mi amor.
Bueno, como el streaming era como tocar en Córdoba de algún modo, ¿no? Consideré que la lista tenía que estar llena de esas canciones que me acercaron a esa identidad cordobesa, ¿no? Una de esas es esta, que sigue, que si bien su autor no es cordobés, yo lo conocí por una gran banda cordobesa que me hizo disfrutar de muchas noches de fiesta, aún de chiquitito, y se llama Cambias mi amor. No es la primera vez que llego y tú no estás. Presiento que alguien me quita tus horas y aumenta mi soledad. No es la primera vez. Te escondes para hablar. Cuando el teléfono suena, yo sé que con él tú me engañas. Cambias mi amor por un extraño que para ti él es un sabio, mientras que yo sufro en silencio todos los desprecios que uno a uno, día a día, noche a noche vas haciéndome. Cambias mi amor por un extraño que para ti él es un sabio, mientras que yo sufro en silencio cada beso que me vas negando y ya de tu boca está robándome. No es la primera vez que llego y tú no estás. Presiento que alguien me quita tus horas y aumenta mi soledad. No es la primera vez. Te escondes para hablar. Cuando el teléfono suena, yo sé que con él tú me engañas. Dice, cambias mi amor por un extraño que para ti él es un sabio, mientras que yo sufro en silencio todos los desprecios que uno a uno, día a día, noche a noche vas haciéndome. Cambias mi amor por un extraño que para ti él es un sabio, mientras que yo sufro en silencio cada beso que me vas negando y ya de tu boca está robándome. No es la primera vez. Es como que me desconcentro mientras toco. ¿Será que hace mucho que no toco? ¿O será que es muy lindo este lugar? Las dos pueden ser. La canción se llama El Compositor. Está en un disco que se llama Best Seller, que lo pueden escuchar en su plataforma favorita o en YouTube, por supuesto. Dice: la mitad de esta canción es mía, la otra no, y es la mejor. La escribió mi versión subjetiva, queriendo ser de persuasión. Me fui a estanciar y no había más lugar. Me quedé mal estacionado afuera. Borré con la mala maldad. Tengo que festejar. Mentira, era mentira. Yo lo sabía y no te lo decía. Pido perdón.
Hermosas imágenes.
Beautiful pictures from the botanical garden. We'll have two simultaneous activities beginning today. European Union, Latin America session organized by Orif Ogar, and another session, Building Resilience. And now we're going to be starting the last panel of today's session, the first thematic line, Territory as Basis for Environmental and Economic Innovation, organized by FAMSI and SGU. Public Management for Innovation and Economy Recovery, Economic, Social, and Environmental Recovery. It's an honor to have people also in our set. Mr. Guillermo Acosta, who is the Secretary of Economy of the Municipality of Cordoba. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the invitation. This panel will be moderated by Santiago Ruiz, who is a PhD in water management, and he has a master's in water. He is the vice president of the Agency of Public Works, and he's a researcher and author of scientific papers related to technology and water management. From Spain, Santiago, the floor is yours. First, good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, depending on where you are. It is an honor to be part of this session in the World Forum. I'd like to thank the organizers for having introduced this important thematic line, considering the current scenario. And I'd like to thank all of the panel members because they have vast experience and knowledge on such a significant issue for economic, social, and environmental recovery. And the question we have ahead of us is how we're going to link, specifically from the municipal governments and the territories, and how we're going to work together in order to face or to build a strong economic, social, environmental system. If we have learned what we have learned from this pandemic, so the public services are really key in every society to ensure resilience that is necessary to fight crises like these. Essential public services that are provided by, for example, all the public agencies, social services, community services, a set of responses that are provided by the public sector in a difficult time such as this. This is a time that requires innovation, and also the importance of innovation, considering a world that is constantly changing, and also the global issues and the economic crisis that have resulted from the pandemics. So considering this, we need to work together. We need to cooperate. And one of the things we take from these pandemics that we need to establish networks, joint networks. We need to work together between the local governments, national governments, international governments to come up with responses that can actually reach the territories. And the presentations here are related to the 2030 goals, different recovery programs, how this is being dealt with in the European Union, different issues that are important in order to, technical issues, social issues that are needed to face the crisis. So I'd like to introduce the panel that we have here with us. First of all, from Senegal, who is in charge of the Cooperation Association, also the president of the Interdepartmental Agency from Cape Verde. Then Natalia Mas, who's the Secretary of Economy of Catalonia. She was a director of different agencies. She has worked for the European Bank. Also, she was a consultant in different projects. Guillermo Acosta, who is the Secretary of Economy of the Municipality of Cordoba. He is a collaborating member of the Inter-American Competitiveness Network of the Organization of American States. He has had different positions as a Secretary of Industry, Minister of Industry and Scientific Development in the province of Cordoba. And he has also, he was also a professor at the local universities. Also, from the UNDP. She was a program advisor from Peru. Also, Lorena Moscovit, who is an adjunct professor at the San Andres University. Mr. Susena from Andalusia. And he was a Secretary of Public Services and also in charge of urbanism and infrastructure of and finally Mchunu, Economic and Regional Planning Advisor at the South African Association of Local Governments. And he has also worked in the South African University. So we want this panel to be as dynamic and interactive as possible. And then we'll have some time for conclusions. We'll begin with a first a 5-minute presentation round, and then 10 minutes to focus on some questions. And then we'll have another 4-minute second round to go deeper into the issues, and then some more time for questions and answers. And finally, a 1-minute round, final round, where each panel member will summarize the main ideas of their presentations based on the context. Finally, a short time for conclusions. So we're a lot of people in the panel. Please stick to your time limit so we can get started.
¿No se oye? ¿Hay problemas de audio?
El micrófono. Bonjour.
Ahora.
Good morning. Now we can hear you, yes. I'm having problems because there is no simultaneous interpreting. Yes, there is. Is there? No?
Bonjour.
Good morning.
On fait pas de bruit ici.
¿Baba? ¿Me oyes? Sí, tenemos traducción simultánea, por favor, puedes empezar cuando quieras.
Si en français, mais j'ai pas la traduction. Donc,
Good morning, Orufogar President, dear participants of this Fifth World Forum. We're going to work on public innovation, on public management, for the innovation and the economic, social, and environmental recovery. As you know, talking about social, cultural, and economic recovery after the crisis will be really complicated. The main topic will be the skills, the basis of trade, in order to work on the most important aspects that may impact on the economy, society, and environment. In our country, we actually have, in order to impulse the economic development, social development, and environmental development, we have laws that work in impulsing the local economies in order to have all the initiatives, including the smallest initiatives in this aspect. Many innovative programs were developed, and those programs were also submitted to excellence countries and Senegal's cooperation countries that work for the social, environmental, and economic development. That is why in this department in Senegal, we are talking about the problems that communities have and the impact that this crisis has in the economic aspects, in the social aspects. Programs must be developed to approach the most important aspects and the consequences of this crisis. We have obtained, thanks to an association, a partnership with other countries such as Morocco, we have worked on the communication and the development of the structure of the local economy. Despite the fact that we have mayors in each one of the communities, we think it's very important to have this collaborative work in relation with other cities in our country, but also other countries. These projects may be financed thanks to the support, the international support that we've also gotten. The group of associations that are with us in the private sector and the cooperation at international level allowed us to have minimum negative consequences in our territory, and that allowed us also to work, for example, with exploiting the valleys and the products that are seeded in our lands. These initiatives are pertinent initiatives, innovative initiatives for Senegal. And we can establish this, we can define these initiatives as essential to our country. With regards to the partnership with the population, the implication of involving the population in this the development of these policies is key. Cooperation to move these stakeholders and to form them, to train them in these sensitivity issues is key. The administration doesn't have all the means that it needs. So we also need population, people's engagement. This gives us two things. On the one hand, we need to mitigate the effects of the crisis, but also to impulse population in the economic reactivation and social reactivation after the crisis, developing initiatives, practical initiatives, for instance, to have access to education, have access to training for these populations. These initiatives, more specifically in the industrial sector and agricultural sector, these are populations that are strongly linked to the agricultural development, and that's why it's very important that these communities can participate of the economic reconstruction, because they are key elements to the economy in our country. This also requires an involvement from all the stakeholders that participate in the reactivation or the reconstruction. Today we have worked a lot with the different religious groups in our country in order to face inequality at economic level, with impact also in the social arena and, of course, environmental aspects as well. In order to work on the sustainable development, it is also important to work on the mindset of our population. From the very basic elements, education since they are very young, since daycare, in order to train responsible citizens in this regards. This was an initiative that we've had in Senegal to develop actions, important actions, that make our population or take our population to have access to good education, to good health. For the first time in Senegal, we have worked on digitalization, and that has also allowed us to get to reach an important number of citizens. However, we need to reinforce this aspect quite a lot in order to ensure access to information by all population without discriminating against anyone. Populations do not have the same access to all of these opportunities that digitalization gives us. These are some of the initiatives that we think are important to share with you to mitigate the aspects of the crisis. More specifically, I like to say that we need to work on crafty and agricultural activities, in our case, that are the foundation of our economy. The involvement of the economic stakeholders, thanks to the European Union, allows us to participate in the development at local level, and we have to create a framework, an organized framework for the territorial communities at regional level, at country level in general. This would allow us to have good participation by our population in the decisions that we make at government level. We have had several innovations at public management level in the economic, social, and environmental aspects, and we think that's the road for us to walk on, and by all of the members that help reactivation. It is necessary for us to benefit from the experiences, the positive experiences of all the regions in order to solve the main problems of society in general. I'd like to thank everyone for the time you've given us. Thank you very much.
Natalia Mas, please stick to the time allotted, which is 5 minutes. Good afternoon from Barcelona.
Networks, regional and local governments, colleagues and participants. Thank you very much for this opportunity to participate in this 5th edition of the World Forum on Local Economic Development. It's a pleasure to be here today to discuss on this session about reactivation, which I think all of us will coincide that it's more timely and needed than ever in this time, in this current time, where from bottom to acting, of innovating in a fast manner, but also cooperating, in order to face these great challenge and other challenges of our times. So I think in the past year, we've
Je crois que dans la dernière année,
regional governments have to play in attending people's needs while at the same time implementing social and economic reactivation strategies. And in this brief introduction from my side, I wanted to focus as the title of this session indicates, on what I think are the 3-4 key items to build public policies that drive innovation. Surely there might be many different ways to achieve it. However, I think that the following items are possibly key, and are the ones that we have had the focus from the government of Catalonia in achieving in the past years. These items, I believe, are, first of all, data, to promote an environment where data flows, where it's available both internally, to break departmental silos, both externally, through a very focused strategy on transparency and open data, and that this data then can be exploited and analyzed with different methods. In the case of Catalonia, we've landed this vision through, among others, I would outline an open government plan, open data portal, where we absolutely put every data there, blockchain strategy, and various tools of data visualization. We have an open budget portal where any citizen can see the execution of the budget of public entities, all the accounts, all the different allowances given, etc. Also how the different social progress and well-being indicators evolve. And in this sense, all these tools have been improved through participation in what I believe are very enriching networks, such as the Open Data Charter or the Open Government Partnership. Second, evidence, to being able to develop an environment where this data that I was mentioning transforms through analysis, through evaluation, into rigorous evidence to guide public policies. This naturally permits decision-making, facilitates the decision-making, the accountability, but generates organizational learning. Therefore, a science-based policy making. Here from the Generalitat de Catalunya, we've done an enormous effort in the past years. We've deployed a strategy to develop a culture of evaluation. Just for example, in case it can serve as an example to other territories, we've created a fund from the economics department here, a fund that helps to fund strategies of evaluation of public policies in other departments of the government. So we help other units to fund these strategies, and this has been very successful, so that every unit puts in front a yearly plan of public policy evaluation. Third, as we are here today, participation and creation of networks, promoting tools of participation with many different actors. Also, as we know, improves the democratic quality of our administrations, enriches with knowledge, with data. And in the case of Catalonia, we have a platform that is called Participa, where all the different public policies are explained, and that people are able to provide feedback on how they view these policies or how they would change them. We also have activated communities of practice, we say, on public innovation, on policy evaluation, public health, etc. Together with the World Bank, IMF, etc., we've participated in a PEFA framework to assess the public financial management and the good governance of our administration. Well, and lastly, this 4th point that I think it's important to drive innovation in our administrations is to promote on a daily basis an ecosystem of constant learning. And here I think, just also landing it in the case of Catalonia, we've built a catalog of innovation experiences in Noteca that is called. We've deployed a training scheme for public employees in many different innovation areas, and opened also open labs, what we call for innovation. So I think that these elements are important on a structural basis, and also we've learned that they have helped us to deal better, with in crisis times, with what we had to deal in the past year regarding the COVID pandemic. Thank you.
Gracias, Natalia, por tu interesante aportación.
Thank you. Very interesting insight. We're going to go directly to Guillermo Acosta now. Guillermo, the floor is yours. All right, good morning. I totally agree with what Natalia just shared with us regarding data. But before, I'd like to say thank you to the local and international organizers for inviting me, and thanks for choosing the city of Cordoba, Argentina, as the headquarters for this 5th World Forum on Local Economic Development. So it's going to be 5 minutes and then a second round of 5 minutes. The first thing I'd like to tell you, to put this into context, to what Cordoba city is: 1.5 million inhabitants in the city. We take the last census in 2010. 2 million if we take into account the metropolitan area, the second largest urban center in Argentina. Then I'll show you a slide that summarizes all of this. The industrial profile, the productive profile is very industrial, but in terms of services, everything related to education, and especially university education. University education and all the activities around it account for 7% of the GDP in Cordoba City, which is, as you can see, of about $31 million. We put this in dollars based on the purchasing power so that you can have an idea of what Cordoba is and its regions. Another piece of information that I think will help you put this into context is that we have a budget, a public budget for 2021 that is of about $600 million. With regards to what the panel proposed, okay, how from the local government we can foster the economic, social, and environmental reactivation, we think many times that regional and local governments have more tools to do this. But we are convinced here in Cordoba that the local governments have a lot to do in order to foster innovation and the local economies. And that could be related to 3 points, and we find 3 action lines. One is coordination. It was just mentioned before, the person that talked before. One has to do with coordination. So within the city governments, we should not have bottlenecks, but all the departments working together have a synergy that increase productivity in the local public sector. Also with coordination, we can do a lot with public and multi-level dialogue. So the local public sector talking to the regional public sector and with the national public sector, as you can see here on the screen. And a local administration can also foster the public-private dialogue, but most of all, to foster and give shape and give that kickoff of the private-private dialogue conversation. So the public local sector, the local government needs to think, has a very wide outlook that allows 2 private participants to discuss, and then that's when you have the clusters, Porter's clusters. So a local government can have more coordination. Of course, it brings people closer because it's closer to the problems. We can detect the most vulnerable sectors, but it is also closer to detecting those areas that have an opportunity that can be internationalized and that can get away with the dynamic of the local and regional dynamic and adapt itself to what's happening at global level. And a third idea has to do with what Natalia just said, more data. A local government can have a great database. It can transform all that in information, and that will allow us to have all the macroeconomic data at other levels of government, improve the decision-making process based on a specific information and having evidence-based decision-making. These are the points that we're following in Cordoba to put together a productive triple threat based on innovation impact. Thank you. So we're going to remember that in the case of Soledad and Lorena, we are going to have 5 minutes now with Soledad. Thank you, Santiago. Thanks, everybody. Can you hear me well? Thank you. First of all, a pleasure. I'm from Cordoba, even though I left some years ago. I'm here, but I feel like I'm there. Thanks, Guillermo, for your presentation. Thanks, Baba and Natalia. The presentations were really great. In fact, it seems like we have agreed all together because many of the topics that you have mentioned, the importance of the networking, the data, and the importance of data and the possibility of escalate important development programs that have to do with the sustainable development goals are topics that we at the UN for the development, we want to put here on the table. So let me introduce myself. I'm coordinator here in New York. I'm based in New York. So that's what I'm now greeting you from. An innovation that created 91 labs. If we can go to the first slide. It has created 91 development labs around the world in 91 countries out of the 170 countries that the the United Nations Program for Development covers. Next slide. And this is a direct relationship with the forum that joins us here today. So the territorial from the local territory, that's where the solutions come from, the ones that we can faster apply and faster speed up to achieve the sustainable development goals. And that's what our administrator says. When we present this innovative program 2 years ago, our administrator says the great ideas that have transformed the course of history have always come up from bottom. Not from the top, but from the bottom. And with that idea, the UNPD has worked on these 91 labs that are working as a network, because what we discovered, what we found, was that there are many solutions that have a huge potential to be escalated. They have a huge potential to help the world solve the serious problems based on the SDGs, but not all of them are being decoded, are being put out in the open. Not all of them are being escalated. That's not actually happening. Somebody says that you cannot hear me. The sound comes and goes. I don't know if it has to do with the organization.
Laboratorios fueron creados precisamente.
These labs were created to work on these local spaces, identifying local solutions that have not necessarily been applied, but applying lessons that have to do with many things that you have said. The need. Can you go back, please, to the previous slide? The previous. So that's where you have the 91 labs and the lessons learned that we've had in these few years are many of the things that you mentioned. To accelerate the process, we need to have better data, but especially data that come from the foundations. Guillermo just said what Cordoba is doing to generate this data that are being used at country level. And then Lorena, with a very specific example from Argentina, she will share with you the need to experiment and create spaces to experiment and to have the tools to test what's working and what's not working, and the space that we actually have at local level is the possibility to do this, and that's exactly what our 91 labs are doing around the world. The possibility of mapping solutions, initiatives, practices, techniques that have been already successful or not. Once again, the local and the territorial space is what allows us to do so. Another important topic is the possibility of mapping, but using new data and working with new actors that do not necessarily sometimes at global level we can work on. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. So very quickly, I'm going to say 91 labs are working in the countries that are less developed, 67% covering smaller islands, and 300 people who are exploring, experimenting, and creating learnings and working in networks. Up to now, we have 1,200 solutions. I'd like to be in contact with you to send you exactly the goal of our work, to work in networks, and most of all in the SDGs 3, 8, and 9. The people who are working with us, and one of those people is Lorena, that will explain the Argentina case. She works with prototypes, ethnographic data generated by the citizens. Natalia also said, and Baba said it before, the need to have these spaces. Next slide, please. And in these 2 years of learning for us, what we have found and what we still potentiate from this network is that these new experiments may have a space so that they get coded, so that from the local aspect we can have public policies with real-time data. All this issue of digitalization, especially in this COVID situation where this digital space offers us a possibility of continue working on social innovation issues using the digitalization tools, is one of our most important spaces. If we don't have this digital space, it's very difficult for us to move forward. But also the network effect, how from local innovators we can take these solutions to the public. I've already had my 4 minutes. Then Lorena will explain the experience from Argentina. It was a pleasure and to be here in my birthplace.
Thank you, Soledad. From Cordoba, Argentina, Cordoba, Andalusia. Ramon, the floor is yours. Good afternoon. From Cordoba, Spain. So, first of all, I'd like to say a few words about the scenario from FANCI and from the city government. We are fighting against exclusion and inequality. We want to ensure equal access to the whole population, regardless of their conditions. Access to education, access to housing, to drinking water. We cannot move into profitability if we don't have all of the basic needs addressed. We need to work in order to eradicate all of the imbalances and to set the basis for a more egalitarian and fair society. We need to have strong public services, and recently we've had the privatization of services and the weakening of a lot of these services. We believe, we trust that we have learned the lessons, and with the aid of European funds, we have a plan, an appropriate plan for social recovery and social economic recovery. Otherwise, the future would look really bleak and will be increasing inequality. FAMC has a department on public services. I'm a member of that department. We believe we are a determining factor, and we have the need to innovate and to increase sustainability, to share experiences at a local level and territorial level. Our action is based on the transfer of knowledge as cities and governments have recognized FEMSI as the agency that encourages or fosters forum for discussions, and then it links different actors for economic transition. We also know that to plan our future, we need to work on innovation and industry. It is not about ensuring only the services to the vulnerable societies. We want people to actually overcome all vulnerability. We want people to have decent jobs, and especially women, to foster women's participation and women's rights. All of this requires joint effort on behalf of administrations that translates into improving the life conditions of the people in general. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Solisi Munchu, the floor is yours from South Africa.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I'd like to take this opportunity to also greet everyone around the world. And as SALGA, we are delighted to be here, to be making a contribution on this important topic around public management for innovation, economic, and environmental and social. In our context, of course, due to the pandemic, we've had to first and foremost look at supporting livelihoods, and in that we've had a number of packages to support livelihoods, to support the poor, to support small businesses to get back on their feet. But now where we are now on economic recovery. So we've got an economic recovery plan at a national level, at a district level, as well as at a local level. And this economic recovery plan, really, it's about building back better. We want to build a better, more inclusive economy for our country. And in addition to rolling out of infrastructure, we are also ensuring that we allocate resources to supporting small businesses. And we are doing this really also, and what we're doing also is that we are developing a district development model where we centralize resources at a district level for better coordination, and also to ensure that there's better alignment of plans, and also we can maximize our resources as much as we can. And on the issue of innovation and reactivation thereof, now South Africa is largely a rural country. So what we are doing is that we are trying to source solutions from those localities, because due to the low skills base in our country, we are unable to, of course, in some cases, innovate in terms of high tech, but we need to find more indigenous solutions that we can actually harness for better innovation at a local level. So for us, it's a balancing act between innovation and also trying to ensure that we can protect existing jobs and make sure that innovation does not displace jobs, but what it does, that it supports and complements those jobs. So for us, it's a balancing act. And also at the same time, in our recovery effort, we're trying to look for more labor-intensive innovations that will allow more people to get to work. Looking at the fact that we've got quite a low skills base. And environmentally, we are also doing a lot of work around supporting waste harvesters, around from waste harvesting to sorting of their waste, to processing, and to value adding as well. So this is a growing economy in our country, and we are working with Oxfam in that regard as well. They're doing incredible work in supporting us with regard to the waste economy, and it's going a long way as well in support supporting the goals of the SDGs around making sure that we have a clean environment. Also on the policy front, the government now is taking active steps and embedding innovation in policy. With our recovery plans, our LED framework, we are now taking deliberate action, working with science and institutions and academia to ensure that we can incorporate innovation at policy level. And our new LED framework actually does that quite well and incorporates innovation at that policy level. So there's a lot of work happening there in that regard as well. So what we are doing really is we are trying to reinvent ourselves as a country and bridge the inequality gap. Because for us, we believe that to remain competitive and relevant, we also need to build domestic capabilities. Now, COVID-19 has shown us that, globalization in itself is not, was put under threat due to COVID-19. So it did expose the fact that, we needed to ensure that we build on local supply chains and build our own local capabilities. And we are doing that through mentorship and having programs that we can implement that actually support, those local supply chains and local production. And also, lastly, we are working also with them, and we've got a number of development partners that we are working on with, and we've had to also redirect some of our resources from those partnerships. We've got partnerships with the European Union Commission, the Global Affairs Canada, as well as the Commonwealth Local Government Forum, just to mention a few, but there are many other partners that we have. And all of these partnerships, we've had to repurpose them to respond to the issue at hand, which has been precipitated by COVID-19. So really, we are leveraging those partnerships to make sure that we can respond appropriately. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we ended with the first round. We have no questions so far, and so as we're running out of time, we'll move on to the second round. And after that, we'll have some time for conclusions or probably some questions from the audience. So let's begin with a new round, with the second round. I'd like to say that there's a chat to continue. There's a chat to continue discussing the issues that we are developing on this panel. So the panel does not end here. This is what I mean. So we'll begin with the second round. Adaba from Senegal with 4 times. Everybody will have 4 times. Please stick to that time. Thank you. I listened to all of the initiatives that were presented despite some of the technological issues we had. I'd like to highlight the importance of European policies to address COVID-19 crisis. First, I'd like to highlight that experts need to work in this sense in order to own all of the public policies that were developed elsewhere. I will be sending documents because I cannot share them. I have some issues, but I will be sharing some documents. And to continue with this initiative and this panel, I will I will not use my presentation, but let me show you what we have put together in Senegal. These are some results of some policies we implemented. I'd like to congratulate everybody that has worked, for example, Oru Fogar, and all of the efforts made to conduct these initiatives at a territorial level. It is very important I'd like to say that we're being quite active in terms of public management for innovation and recovery. And we are looking forward to adapting the policies for our territory. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now Guillermo Acosta. So I'd like to share the rest of the presentation. And I'd like to discuss the action plan, what Cordoba is doing. We devised a local production plan based on innovation mainly, process innovation mainly, that is based on four pillars, just as you listened to our mayor this morning. The four pillars are economy of knowledge, creative economy, community economy, and circular economy. Through these four pillars, these are the pillars that drive the action plan. And as I said before, based on innovation. On the screen, you can see, first of all, the first pillar, which is economy of knowledge. Here, what we did was we built an investment center for BPO and KPOs, BPO activities. We launched very recently an investment fund to support entrepreneurs that are mainly working on GovTech, which is highly innovative, quite very disruptive. Through this fund, then the municipal government becomes a partner. We've also launched a core lab connected to using data and transforming data into information, and then support other projects. This lab, this is an innovation lab. Economy of knowledge and the new activities related to economy of knowledge need a quick response as regards permits and authorizations. So we believe that the new system, which is a digital system, automatic system, 70% of businesses' authorizations and permits will go through the system. And just now we listened to somebody talking about local competitiveness. This will have an impact on the business indicators. This is also related to creative economy, which is the second pillar. We're working with districts such as the design district. We're encouraging or fostering audiovisual activity so as to have, for example, different production companies that come to Cordoba to film their movies or series. We're also developing what we call sector roundtables or tables, and then community economy. We have what we called Activa card. This is a supplementary currency type of tool. So first of all, Activa card actually cares for employment and sort of plans to retain the cash flow of the community within the community. And then other social and environmental projects benefit from this. Another issue as regards community economy have to do with popular economy, tours and fairs, exhibits that people involved in the fairs, they went through a lot of uncertainty. So together with the local government, we developed a record, sort of a registry. We refurbished or revalued the area, and these fairs and markets have become a touristic attraction. And this has also become a gender policy because a lot of the people involved in this business activity are women. And there's another pillar, and I know I'm running out of time, is circular economy. Cordoba has created the first circular economy cluster. Martin Jajora, our mayor, launched it very recently, and also a cluster where we have the private and public sectors and the academia. Cordoba wants to become really a player, and this also has to do with fair prices, because in recycling circular economy, in recycling we have a large number of people that they're collecting cardboard papers. So we as a government, what we do is to collect cardboard. Once we get to a specific volume, we conduct auctions, public auctions. And this process sets a market value and transfer the value as a fair price to the collectors, who wouldn't have access to this if it weren't for these other players. As a summary, a production development plan based on innovation allows us to create a more resilient economy, more inclusive economy, and a more regenerative economy in a post-COVID recovery that you just mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll give the floor to Natalia. You can only speak for 5 minutes. We have 15 minutes left to finish the event, and I want to give the floor to everyone, and I like to say a few comments at the end. So let's try to be as strict as possible with the timing. So once again, good afternoon. In this second part, I'd like to tell you or focus myself on the reconstruction strategy post-COVID.
We faced multiple challenges in the past year, but one key challenge, I think, has been to combine the implementation of palliative, of urgent measures in parallel with the design of transformative and structural reforms that look into the future. Over time, as we are thankfully seeing now, these palliative measures are overlapping with these transformative and recovery measures. In terms of the palliative or emergency measures, both in terms of health, of education, also from an economic perspective, the provision of important direct aid to those affected, to those companies, to those entrepreneurs affected by the COVID crisis in order to ensure that the scars, the cicatrices, are as minimum as possible. And in terms of the actions that look into the future, those more strategic, here in Europe, in the European territory, as Santiago was also mentioning at the beginning, there is a key aspect, which is the agreement for an European reconstruction strategy, an European reconstruction fund, the next generation, that will be a critical element in the next years, not to enhance the growth potential of our economies, to reinforce also public services, and very importantly, to deal with climate change. Just as a last comment, I have many things, but I think, and linked to what I was just saying, I believe climate change is the primary challenge that we face currently, and therefore also from the Catalan government, also studying what are the lessons that we can draw from the actions of many other governments, many other institutions around the world. We've seen that there is one critical measure that can help us towards the aim of fighting climate change, and that is to link our budget, to link the preparation of our annual budget with the Sustainable Development Goals. What does that mean? That means that annually, when we prepare the budget, we tell every department to lay out the detail of the different actions, the different policies that they want to deploy in the coming year, and how every single of that action help us move towards the Agenda 2030 of the United Nations. If there is no a coherence link between the action and one given SDG, that action should not be in the budget. If our compromise is an honest compromise to advance towards the 2030 agenda, our economic resources have to go hand in hand with that compromise. And from the lessons drawn so far is that that is a very powerful tool, to ensure that that the talks about the Agenda 2030 and the compromises go hand in hand with fixing the financial resources in the right direction.
Gracias.
Thank you, Natalia. Now we'll go to Lorena now.
Okay. Thank you. Soledad was just saying that the lab networks works on the complex issues we're working on are already being addressed by the people in the territories. And so we need to go to that specific territory to know the solutions, because when something works, we need to consider it, we need to value it. When we want to replicate this, this will be adopted much more quickly. These solutions are local and they can be replicated in other territories, but they need to be tested. These solutions are key when problems are urgent and when policies from the state arrive late or are delayed, and when everything is online. Now we need to address things very quickly. When the lockdown took place in Argentina, everything was stopped. And many people in the neighborhoods could not run their errands, either because they didn't know how to do it online or they didn't have the devices or the technology. So what we remember is when we did field work in 2019, we met Ms. Montenegro in a popular neighborhood in the provinces of Buenos Aires, and she runs a business called Empoderarte, and so she has a computer that she charges some money for people to run their own errands online. So thanks to local leaders, we mapped different solutions, and we saw that there were other Sabrinas. And this intuitive solution. There could be social leaders, neighbors, business people. They help neighbors, and they charge some money for that. She could actually, what she was doing. She was actually addressing a problem, an actual problem, and these are people that can actually have all of the means, technological means such as photocopy machines, computers available to the people. And people perceive them as what they call naturals. These solutions, which is a source of learning, they require a match in order to be escalated. And this is where labs came in. So we developed, we thought about a means in order to promote these services. And we partnered with the municipality of Entre Rios, Concepción del Uruguay. The local government made the service available and today we have 31 businesses. We created a brand name, an identity, and just to test the solution. And we gave them different brochures, copy machines, photocopy machines, computers, and we helped them with different coupons or brochures that we spread around, and the others we didn't give anything, nothing at all. So this is a pilot test that we are running. We want to know whether it's the first time they enter the store, they use those coupons, or they buy something else. We're also waiting for the results. And we also submitted all of this to another department, because they are also planning to develop this at a larger scale. So they are planning to escalate this to other areas. And in addition to this, we selected a topic we're working on, and if the solutions are in the territory, we need to map them, and then whether they can be escalated or not. This network, it's called With You or Con Vos. It works fine because it's decentralized, so it prevents contacts, and then people buy more. This network already involves a lot of people where everybody wins. Everybody wins. Thank you, Lorena.
Por favor, cuando tú quieras.
Muchas gracias. Hay que tener en cuenta que tenemos que estudiar.
We need to consider the challenges we're facing. We need to consider that public services weakening affects the collective. As I mentioned in my previous presentation, if we don't have a change in society in terms of roles, and women adopt or have to take responsibility for a lot of the care, and so this deepens or weakens the opportunities for women educating their kids and caring for the elderly, and so this actually prevents their access to the labor market. And then also people in rural areas compared to people in urban areas. So we have the small territories are actually, a lot of the young people are moving to the urban cities and urban areas, either because of a lot of education and schools and education centers were shut down to adapt them to the new demands. Therefore, the first thing we need to do is to fix the population to the territory so that these public services can actually be provided. And this is a key element for development policies, and it's an indispensable tool for the 2030 agenda. So this is a route we need to follow towards the future. And two questions for the discussion. Since it's a quality forum that it was imposed by innovation, what I mean is that the pandemics accelerated the integration process, even though issues such as modernization and technology impact on the sources of work, of jobs. This we need a specific discussion to address this matter. Also, the work of administration has to narrow this gap from our local government. We have a project to make technology accessible to the people, and also improving. And the other question is how public services are contributing to economic reactivation and recovery. As we said, if we don't provide public services, we're having some technological issues. I'm sorry. We need to provide access, public access to the people in general. And we need to protect human rights such as what the government of Spain is doing. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a ti, Ramón. Apenas sin tiempo.
Thank you, and we'll hear now from Melisi. Please, Melisi, whenever you're ready.
Thank you for the opportunity. Well, on my side, I'm going to be brief, really, and what I'd like to highlight is the issue of the opportunities that this crisis brings. If we can learn a lot from history. History teaches us that every crisis brings new opportunities, and we've seen also during this crisis that even whether locally or globally, we've seen a number of new business ventures opening up. While there have been a lot of them that have closed, but we've seen new businesses opening and also existing ones growing, particularly in the domain of e-commerce. So just goes to show that there are always opportunities that any crisis can bring. Another area is the area of transformation. We should look at, like when we say want to bring back normal, we should not look at we should not say that we want to bring back the old normal, but we should seek to carve a new normal where there's economic justice for those groups like women and youth, the groups that are always marginalized in society. So we should then look at reconfiguring the economy so that we can give equal access, equal opportunity for all. For us, really, that is the task that really lies ahead that we have to ensure that we succeed at. And because, again, if you look at the levels of inequality, they are unacceptably high, and we have to try and bridge that gap. And that's why I'm I'm saying that we can't say we want to go back to normal. We have to create a new normal, and we have to redefine what normal means. And again, it must be rooted in our pursuit, in our unwavering commitment for economic justice. We've got to really try and achieve that. And also, in light of the high rate of urbanization, people coming to urban areas pursuing economic opportunities. We also have to ensure that we distribute resources proportionally to ensure that even those in rural communities also have access to services and also have access to economic opportunities. And that is also what we are doing with our rural development plan. We're trying to redistribute those resources, taking from those regions that are well developed and cross-subsidizing those other areas which are poorer and less developed. So that really is, I think, what we are currently assessed with. And really, what we are seeing again with COVID-19, so many lessons. We've seen the rise we've seen the disruption of global value chains. We've seen so many shocks, and I think we have to try and future-proof our economies so that in future we are able they're able to be more resilient against these possible shocks, these global shocks, whether geopolitical or economic. So we've got to try and build that local capacity. And lastly, really, what I'd like to say is that for us, this should be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that cannot be missed. And with every crisis, as they say, lies a big opportunity. And the bigger the crisis, the greater the opportunity. And with that, we would like to say thank you very much.
Thank you, Melissa. So with that, we finish the second round, and since we have no more time to continue with the debate, I'd also like to summarize the important points that we've had. We talked about the importance of public services and how much we've learned from COVID. Also, the importance that the cities, that the subnational level governments have because they're closer to the citizens, to apply economic policies and recovery policies. Since they are closer to the small and medium enterprises, they can also work with that. And of course, it's a big moment of change, and they have highlighted this framework to foster innovation. And we also like to highlight the capacity to have more links and to participate in the policies for the recovery, not only to make better policies, but also so that everyone in each one of its skills can contribute to better things in the citizens, among the citizens. So with that, we can finish our panel. I'd like to thank participation of all the panelists. And thank you to all of those who have followed us on social media. And we hope we've been helpful to focus on the territorial and the recovery phase after the COVID-19. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you to all of the panel members. Thank you, Santiago. Thank you, Guillermo, for joining us here on the set. Thank you. So this is the first day. We are concluding our first day. You know that today, through the 3 different channels, the 3 different languages, 157,000 people have been following our live streaming. 157,000 people listening to the live stream. 100% virtual Fifth World Forum. Those of you that have registered for gender equality, registration is still open. The simultaneous presentations are still ongoing. And today, there's going to be another session on strategies to encourage local development. Thank you, Mariana, very much for being with us this morning. Thank you, Franco. Tomorrow, 8 a.m. Argentine time and 1 p.m. European time, we'll be back to continue with our fifth edition of the World Forum. Thank you very much for joining us.
Después de un año marcado por la pandemia, sabemos que el mundo necesita soluciones transformadoras, sociedades más resilientes, inclusivas y sostenibles. De la mano de la Agencia para el Desarrollo Económico de la Ciudad de Córdoba, llega el quinto Foro Mundial de Desarrollo Económico Local. 5 días de transmisión en vivo. Más de 200 disertantes de América, Europa, Asia y África, construyendo respuestas territoriales, adaptadas al contexto global. Territorios e innovación, desigualdad y pandemia, el futuro del trabajo y el trabajo del futuro. Del 26 de mayo al 1 de junio, el mundo se da cita en nuestra ciudad. Juntos tenemos futuro. No te lo pierdas.